We got some music. I got to turn down the music, but you're looking live at the Serena Hotel in Islamabad, Pakistan. That is the site of the marathon talks that I just saw in Iranian state media are still ongoing after 14 hours. Iranian state media just said that. Tasnim News Iran said the talks are still ongoing after 14 hours. I wonder if J.D. Vance had time to sleep. Because, I mean, the Americans showed up like a few hours before the talks started. They had this long flight. I don't know if they slept on the plane. That's a long day. You fly from the U.S. to Pakistan, and then you have a couple hours or whatever, then you go to talks, and now you're in over 14 hours of talks. After 14 hours. Wow. Barb Mack said that is a long day. It is currently 3:12 a.m. there. So that is, we're looking at the site of the talks. I saw a few like police cars. I couldn't tell if people were leaving about 5-10 minutes ago. But again, Iranian state media, here's what Iranian state media said. They said the Iran-U.S. talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, which began at 1 p.m. local time on Saturday, are still ongoing after 14 hours. After the end of another round of face-to-face trilateral talks, Iran, America, Pakistan, the exchange of texts between the Iranian and American delegations has once again begun. Are we still hearing music? Oh, I can get some volume on. So, we'll try to get some reports on what they're talking about, on how things are going. Oh, where did J.D. Vance come? One of our viewers mentioned that J.D. Vance was in Hungary. I think you're right about that. He was in Hungary, wasn't he? Did he ever come back? I think you're right. Now, but other people flew from the U.S., right? Was the whole team in Hungary? I mean, there were 2 U.S. planes going there. But that is true. He was in Hungary, so my guess is that he didn't go back to the U.S. anyways. Hey, quick thanks to Darth Bama for being a member, and Thomas P0419 for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Thomas, from Sweden. Let's see if I have any updates for you. Oh, I just saw this, though. I just saw this. So I told you that Tasnim Media said the talks were ongoing. Now, there's just a new report from IRNA, which is that the talks ended. IRNA just reported the talks ended. Hang on. IRNA News Agency. Iran state media IRNA, the talks have ended for the day? Okay. Well, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. It's 4 minutes after the other one. 4 minutes after Iran's Tasnim News says talks are ongoing. Iran state media IRNA News says the talks have ended. 4 minutes after Iran state media Tasnim says talks are ongoing, Iran state media IRNA says the talks have ended. Okay, what can I say? I have them both right in front of me. That's Tasnim News about 6 minutes ago said the talks are still ongoing. And then about 2 minutes ago, IRNA News, which is Iranian official state news, says the trilateral talks between Iran, the U.S., and Pakistan ended minutes ago. So I don't know what to make of that. Could they both be right or something? I don't know. Let's see here. Strange. How about Fars News Agency? Fars News says another. Okay. All right. So here's what Fars News said. Fars News says that another round of face-to-face talks has ended, but the two sides are once again exchanging text messages. A third Iranian state media outlet echoes Fars, echoes the Tasnim report, saying a round of face-to-face talks has ended, but the two sides are now exchanging texts. I don't know if exchanging texts means like exchanging notes or changing text messages or exchanging proposals. Are now exchanging texts with the presence of expert teams. Oh, hold on a second. All right, so further live coverage is expected. What happened to our Islamabad shot? We had a nice shot of the hotel. While we don't have Islamabad, I'm going to put up the Beirut shot for now. So just bear with me 1 second while I get the Beirut shot up. And we're supposed to get this shot back. All right, so for the moment, I'm going to put the Beirut live up, just to have it up. And I'm also going to put up this. Great. This. Okay, that's Beirut. I want to take some of your comments. So again, I was trying to get an idea of what's going on here. If I can just show you. Here, I actually have the screenshots here. Oh, we got Pakistan. We got the Pakistan shot back. Oh my gosh, the Pakistan shot is back. There it is. There's the hotel. That's the one we wanted. We are back live with the Pakistan shot. All right, let me just show you here. To show you I was not making this up. Now, you can see here, this was posted by Tasnim News, Iranian state media. This post was 11 minutes ago. The Iranian delegation's 14-hour marathon for national interest continues. The Iran-U.S. talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, which began at 1 p.m. local time. Where's my clock? Where'd the clock go? Oh, no, the clock. You'll see the clock in a second. The current time is 3:20 a.m. The Iran-U.S. talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, which began at 1 p.m. local time on Saturday, are still ongoing after 14 hours. After the end of another round of face-to-face trilateral talks, Iran, America, Pakistan, the exchange of texts between the Iranian and American delegations has once again begun. Then after they said that, about 6 minutes ago, IRNA, Iranian state media, said, and Islamabad announced that the trilateral talks between Iran, the U.S., and Pakistan ended minutes ago. But then Fars News Agency said, another round of face-to-face talks between the Iran and the U.S. concluded in Islamabad, Pakistan. The two sides are once again exchanging texts with the presence of expert teams. So it looks like the talks are still going on right now, just not face-to-face. Not in the same room. One of the viewers claimed there was a press briefing that's supposed to happen. Let's see. Yeah, N12 News, I was just telling you this, N12 News Israel also says 2 Iranian news agencies report that the 2 delegations are continuing to exchange drafts even after the last round of talks. The Iranian government's information website says negotiations will continue despite some differences of opinion. I should probably say negotiations, because I don't know that they're actually physically talking at the moment. But the negotiations are still ongoing. Oops, I messed up. Darcy thinks it's going to go nowhere? Do I have the Iran government website? I mean, I have Iran State Media. Give me a moment here. Hey, thanks to our moderators, by the way. Beth Mythical is moderating. Ruth is moderating. Debbie BJG is moderating. Thank you so much to our moderators. Hey, we have a couple new moderators. We have Chris Camacho. Welcome, Chris Camacho. Thank you for moderating. And also, Concerned American is moderating. And Soggy Sandwich is moderating. Wow. Thanks to all of our new moderators. That's really great. I appreciate you moderating. We have Donnie Davio moderating tonight too. Thank you. Thanks also to Babalu for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you, Babalu. Thanks also on Twitch to our mods over there. Matthew Kohai 3 is there. Thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, thanks for watching. Needle Nose. And Needle Nose, thank you for subscribing, Needle Nose. And also Big Boss Now, thanks for subscribing. Let's see here. So thank you for moderating. And also, thanks also to K. Lowry Body, who's moderating. Yeah, Charlie Polvino, we're going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz story in a little bit. Thank you. Andrea Holder is moderating. Thank you. Hearing some music. We don't want to be hearing music. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderating over there on X. Now, can we get you some more? Okay. Iran State Media. Hey guys, new report from Iran State Media. Interesting new report. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this report from Iran State Media? Let me read this to you. Iran State Media says, some sources claim that this will be the last round of talks and that U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is scheduled to issue a press statement which will then be broadcast live on Pakistani national television. Wow. That is an unconfirmed report from Iran State Media. They say, I'll show you what they say. Look, it's right here. I have it right here. Can you see this on the screen? Some sources claim this will be the last round of talks and that U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is scheduled to issue a press statement which will then be broadcast live on Pakistani national television. I don't know if that's true. That's just Iran's IRNA state media saying that. They're saying some sources. Ananias says, doesn't sound good. So I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I understand what Ananias is saying. You would think that if it's really progressing, maybe they would talk a second day or multiple days. So I'll be interested if that's, I mean, it's obviously very interesting if that's true, but that is not confirmed yet. Iran State Media is throwing it out there. Al Jazeera reports new Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon. Interesting. Now, there have been reports of this from Al Jazeera in past hours. About an hour ago, they reported some airstrikes in southern Lebanon. Remember, Iran had said they weren't going to negotiate unless there was a ceasefire in Lebanon. But there have been some airstrikes reported during the evening in Lebanon. Hold on. Update from Tasnim. I didn't see this before. About 20 minutes ago. Tasnim State Media. Tasnim News. Tasnim State Media said about 20 minutes ago, some serious differences between the American and Iranian delegations still remain. The ball is in America's court to move beyond its usual excesses and replace ambition with a realistic approach. I'm going to read that again, but this was right as we were coming on the air about 24 minutes ago. I missed this. Iran State Media Tasnim says Some serious differences between the American and Iranian delegations in negotiations still remain. The ball is in America's court to move beyond its usual excesses and replace ambition with a realistic approach. Now, I guess on the positive side, it says some serious differences, not all serious differences. I don't know what to make of that. Save Kia says Iran doesn't hold the cards. Let me just check a couple things here. Kuwait News Agency. No substantive breakthrough has been reported so far. We're going to take your comments on the air. I haven't heard at this point yet of any kind of reporting about some kind of press conference or something coming up. And again, Iranian state media said some sources were saying that this would be the last round of negotiations and then J.D. Vance would issue a statement. But that has not been confirmed. Okay. By the way, thank you to Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, is there any other possibility than the talks went like USA wants this, Iran says no, USA really wants it, Iran says no, etc.? We don't know. We don't know what's being said behind closed doors. Thanks also Michael Hutchinson, 1986, who says, I am more hopeful of winning the Powerball jackpot than I do the talks. I believe the talks have made things much worse than if they didn't hold them. Wow. Thanks also O6PU and Pixie for being subscribers, and Maricat and Darth Bama. Our viewer Remy says, what's to negotiate? Iran won't back off the strait and are holding the world hostage by not doing it. Oh, the Peach Lilac mentioned the Serena Hotel. I wanted to say something about that. Who says, night pics look beautiful, pool. Reuters reports that the Serena Hotel is a lovely hotel. Pakistani 5-star hotel. Look, Pakistani 5-star hotel becomes unlikely site for U.S.-Iran talks. The luxury 5-star Serena Hotel in Pakistan's capital has become the unlikely venue for peace talks, cementing its status as one of Islamabad's most heavily fortified buildings. The city is under unprecedented security. Phone ringing. Phone ringing. It's not my phone. The city is under unprecedented security ahead of the talks, with shops and offices shut for 2 days ahead of the arrival of Vice President Vance and senior Iranian officials. Thousands of security personnel, including paramilitary and army troops, have set up checkpoints and blockades across the capital, cordoning off the red zone where government offices and embassies are located. The hotel's picturesque grounds and Moorish architecture belie what security officials describe as a well-oiled security setup there. All right, music playing. The former Islamabad police chief, Tahir Alam Khan, told Reuters that the security staff at this hotel is well trained, as most of them are retired security officials. The entry and exit points are at an adequate distance from the main compound, which enhances its security. And the most important factor is its smooth access from the important places such as the Prime Minister's house, Parliament House. It is 15 acres of premises there. A government security source says it has multi-layered, strict security checks. It has strong coordination with the state's security agencies. The Serena Hotel. I have a picture here of a checkpoint in, is this Islamabad? Let's see here. Oh, on a road leading to the Serena Hotel. Check this out. This is a checkpoint on a road leading to the hotel. That is from Reuters. But it is a 5-star hotel. It has 30,000 reviews, over 30,000 Google reviews, 4.5 stars. Serena Hotel. Smokey says the media is all holed up across the street at a hotel. Is that true? Thank you, John Turpin, for the memberships. I appreciate that, John Turpin. Here is a statement from President Trump today. Here is a couple statements from President Trump today put out by the White House. He was speaking today. Here is President Trump on talks in Islamabad.
Getting a lot of reports.
So loud. We don't want it that loud.
Getting a lot of reports. They've been meeting for many hours, as you probably have noticed. We'll see what happens. Look, regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. Doesn't matter. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else. And it's a pretty beautiful thing to see. Getting a lot of reports. They've been meeting.
All right, so he said, no matter what happens in the negotiations, we win. And here's some more of his comments today.
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy has gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have mine sweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait. In addition to that, we're negotiating. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we've won. Whether you listen to the fake news or not, you know, it's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%. Think of it. We defeated their Navy. We defeated their Air Force. We defeated their anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are all dead. And now all we do is we'll open up the strait even though we don't use it because we have a lot of other countries in the world that do use it that are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you.
All right, that was
We're going to see what happens.
That was President Trump today. That was President Trump today. He says, whether we make a deal or not, it makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we have won. Oh, is this an official site? I don't know if this is an official site. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Breaking news. Fars News reports negotiations will continue from Sunday morning. Breaking news. Negotiations will continue from Sunday morning. Negotiations will continue from Sunday morning. I assume that means later in the morning? I mean, because it is 3:43 a.m. My guess is it might be a weird translation because it's translated, but my guess is that means they'll continue later this morning. Sofa King says after their nap, maybe they're going to sleep some. So it sounds like more talks coming up. Yes, I am also seeing that from Iranian state media IRAB, Iranian state TV. According to Pakistan's proposal and the acceptance of the parties, another round of talks will be held today, Sunday morning. Okay, so we have that update for you. Multiple Iranian media outlets, state media outlets saying Sunday morning. Press TV, Iran state media says negotiations have been extended for one more day. They say negotiations have been extended one more day. Again, I just want to reiterate this. Iran state media, Press TV, just reported that Iran-US negotiations have been extended for one more day. I have not heard anything from U.S. sources. I'm going off of these Iranian sources because I haven't heard from U.S. sources. But multiple Iranian sources saying this. I should say will reportedly continue. Tasnim News Agency. Here you go. Another report from Iranian state media. Look, they write, end of 15-hour marathon of talks on the first day of Iran-US talks in Islamabad, Pakistan. Iranian officials began talks at 1 p.m. local time at the Serena Hotel in Islamabad, Pakistan. First with Pakistani officials and then with the American delegation. The marathon resumed. The marathon resumed? At 3:40? Is that true? No, but it says end. It doesn't make any sense. It says resumed here. There must be a translation error because it says end of, and then it says resumed. I think maybe that means they're supposed to say ended. The talks are scheduled to continue for a few more hours on Sunday. I think that resumed is maybe a bad translation. That'd be my guess. Because it doesn't really make sense otherwise. Yeah, they will resume? Well, no. Wouldn't mean they will resume a few minutes ago. Update. Another update from Iranian state media. Wow, Iranian state media is posting a lot of updates. They are on it, posting updates. New update from Tasnim News in Iran. No official has joined the Iranian delegation in Pakistan. Tasnim reporter at the negotiations site. Despite some news stories in cyberspace about a plane landing in Islamabad, Pakistan, and an Iranian official joining the negotiations, no one has joined these negotiations, and what is being said is merely a rumor. Gary says more oil tankers are in Strait. Yeah, I'll check that as well. There was reporting that some oil tankers had gone through the Strait today with Iran's permission. I'll have to check on exactly how many went total today, but give me a moment. Fars News also says, Fars Iran News says, no one has been added to the Iranian negotiating team in Pakistan. I didn't see any of these rumors, but I guess there might have been rumors about this. We'll have to let you know when we hear more about the negotiations. Apparently will happen later this morning. More negotiations. Let's all, another thing that happened today is that the U.S. Sent some warships through the Strait of Hormuz, saying that it was part of an initial part of an operation to clear mines. Now, they didn't say the ships themselves were clearing mines. They said they were starting a mission to clear mines. See, it says U.S. forces start mine clearance mission in Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command forces began setting conditions. So they're not clearing the mines yet. They began setting conditions for clearing mines as 2 U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers conducted operations. The USS Frankie Peterson and the USS Michael Murphy transited the Strait of Hormuz and operated in the Arabian Gulf as part of the broader mission. Arabian Gulf, I think, is supposed to mean Persian Gulf. Refers to the same as Persian Gulf. They are operating there as part of a broader mission to ensure the strait is fully clear of sea mines previously laid by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Today, we began the process of establishing a new passage, and we will share this safe pathway with the maritime industry soon to encourage the free flow of commerce. The Strait of Hormuz is an international sea passage and essential trade corridor that supports regional and global economic prosperity. Additional U.S. forces, including underwater drones, will join the clearance effort in coming days. Now, let me make a couple points here. First of all, the strait didn't close. It didn't appear to initially close because of mines. What happened is that Iran attacked well over a dozen ships in the strait and other waters, like Gulf waters and I think at the Gulf of Oman. But Iran attacked a number of ships in the area early on in the war, and ships started going through there without Iran's permission. So now there's reporting suggesting that Iran has placed mines there. Iran itself has warned that ships could be hit by mines. So that very well could have happened. But that was if you remove those mines, that doesn't mean the strait is open, because again, ships had stopped going through the strait because they were attacked by Iran with things like drones and missiles. Okay, so even if you I'm not aware that any ship was hit by a mine. Maybe they were, but we've heard. We heard lots of reports of ships getting hit by drones and projectiles. So, to repeat, I'm not aware that clearing the mines will just result in it going back to the way it was. I don't see why clearing the mines would result in it going back to the way it was if Iran is still a threat to attack ships sailing through the strait. Stan Carlson says mines are just a part of Iran's defense. And remember, it doesn't say the mines are being cleared. It says the U.S. Central Command Forces began setting conditions to clear the mines. Jen says, how did the U.S. just walk in and do what they want if Iran is in control of anything at all? So I understand your question. The U.S. went through the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if they told Iran they were going to do that or not, to be honest. I'm guessing Iran was aware of it. You might say, why didn't Iran try to attack the ships? That's a whole different discussion. But, that doesn't mean they couldn't try to attack the ships at some point. Oh, one of our viewers said hold on. Now, one of our viewers said an article said they didn't go through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, this article is literally the U.S. military saying these two ships transited the Strait of Hormuz. That's what it says. These two ships transited the Strait of Hormuz and operated in the Persian Gulf. That's what it says. That's the U.S. military. All right, so I'll check Wall Street Journal, but that is literally what the U.S. military said. Frank Rizzo says the guided missile destroyers aren't the right ships to clear mines. Yeah, they are not. Mines are not being cleared now. They are setting the conditions. They are beginning to set the conditions to clear mines. I believe, for example, you might have minesweepers come in at some point. There's a worry that minesweepers, I know, would be targeted by Iran. I don't know if the destroyers themselves have mine sweeping capability. All right, somebody said check the Wall Street Journal. I'm literally looking at the Wall Street Journal, and the headline on the Wall Street Journal is 2 U.S. warships transit Strait of Hormuz. And the first line of the story is, in the Wall Street Journal, is 2 U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know why someone keeps telling me they didn't and telling me to read the article. I just read it. Okay. Anyways. Yes, we'll look at marine traffic. Now, there's an article that Iran denied this happened. Iran, the Iranian military, denied that U.S. vessels went through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm going to take that denial with a grain of salt. Iran would have a PR reason to want to deny it. So I'm not going to take that as strong evidence it didn't happen. We should check out marine traffic. And CENTCOM has reason to declare the false passage. Wasn't this on ship tracking sites? Couldn't you track the ship? One of the viewers messaged me about this. Let's see here. Sal Mercogliano, who's a ship expert, posted today that U.S. government vessel 112 on marine traffic and said, did the USS Michael Murphy sail into the Persian Gulf? This is the one here. This is, now that's old tracking though. That data is 4 a.m. That is that's U.S. government ship. You can actually click on it here. U.S. government vessel. There it is. "14 hours ago." 14 hours ago. Well, that's the Strait of Hormuz. It's right in there. U.S. government vessel. And it's trying to find some conclusive evidence about what the ship is. But again, Sal Mercogliano, who knows his stuff, he was asking if if the Michael Murphy had transited this Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. Oh, I bet we can look up the Michael S. Murphy. Yes, that is it. That is it. Look, USS Michael Murphy, 112 on the front. That's the ship on marine traffic right there. USS Guided Missile Destroyer Michael Murphy. That's a picture from Wikipedia, from John Dasbach, MC2 John Dasbach on Wikipedia. But if you look at marine traffic, hold on. If you look at marine traffic, that's the ship. That's it right there. It's in the, as of 14 hours ago, it was in the Strait of Hormuz. That's it right there. 14 hours ago. Oh, also, Jizzy Jagger made the point there's a ceasefire. They're not going to fire rockets on the U.S. vessels. That's why they were allowed safe passage. Yeah, I mean, look, I could understand, I understand the view of, hey, why wouldn't Iran attack these ships going through? But it's all a cost benefit thing. So as Jagger said, um, you know, they might think it's not worth creating a big incident and firing on a ship during negotiations. All right, hang on a moment here. One moment. Excuse me. We got to keep an eye out for updates here. We're going to be taking more of your comments. This was an article from a little earlier from AP. U.S.-Iran historic ceasefire talks in Pakistan continue after midnight. They went till after 3 a.m. Also, as we mentioned, the U.S. military said 2 destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz ahead of mine clearing work. A first since the war began. Iran state media denies this. Since the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the most direct U.S. contact with Iran had been in 2013, when President Obama called newly elected President Rouhani to discuss Iran's nuclear program. Obama's Secretary of State and counterpart, Mohammad Javad Zarif, met later during negotiations toward the 2015 nuclear deal. I'm going to get you some updates on the situation with how many ships went through today, too. I want to find that out exactly. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal today called "The Era of Free Seas is Unraveling and Now Everyone is Going to Pay." America led a maritime system that enriched the world for decades. Iran's toll booth shattered it, says the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal says that if Iran proceeds to start, putting tolls on the ships coming through the Strait of Hormuz, they say it poses a risk to the cheap imports and 3-day shipping that most consumers take for granted. The price stands to be shouldered by consumers around the world, says the Wall Street Journal. Also, in inflation, delivery problems and delays. They also say, the Wall Street Journal, that ships might be hesitant to go back into the Strait of Hormuz if they think there's a chance that ships might get attacked again. On Friday, just 2 ships went through, says the Journal. I don't know about today, about Saturday yet. Our viewer, Barney Rubble, says Cuba next. Somewhat says you will own nothing and be happy. Now, DJN says something must be going on with the negotiations for them to go through. You know, I mean, look, the negotiations could have lasted 3 hours, but they lasted for about 14 hours, and they're going to be more tomorrow. So someone could see that as positive. Montpelier says Sal said 2 destroyers went through with 1 transponder on. I got to check what Sal Mercogliano posted about it. Did he maybe post a video? He posts videos, I think, too, doesn't he? I think. Yes, it looks like he did. I'll have to watch his video later. Sal thinks sending the 2 ships through, the U.S. sending the 2 warships through the Strait, challenges Iran's assertion over their control in the Strait and their effort to create new lanes. And Sal also says it does look like those 2 ships went through the strait into the Persian Gulf and back out. That's according to ship expert Sal Mercogliano. Should we look at what went through in the past day? Maybe we can do that. Guy from the 207 says Sal is the man. Viewer Thomas Wiley says, very curious to know if a deal will be made. some people online are posting completely unsourced claims that Iran threatened the warships and they turned around. I haven't heard anything about that. I haven't heard any source I would consider reliable say that. I don't know for sure, but again, I have seen nothing that I would consider remotely reliable sourcing that. Bill Witt says, does Pakistan have roosters? We can look at the last 24 hours. Here again, by the way, that's about 14 hours ago. That is the USS. Now I'm forgetting the name of it. I have to look it up again. But that's one of the two ships that the U.S. said went through the Strait of Hormuz today. That's where it was 14 hours ago. It was... Where is it? My USS Michael Murphy. And the other one was the USS Frank E. Peterson. Yes, Michael Murphy, as Althea says. Our viewer Woodcraft Supply Corner mentioned a Jerusalem Post article today where they said this nonprofit NGO Institute for Science and International Security claims that Iran has begun barricading the entrances to Isfahan underground nuclear facility in an attempt to prevent the potential seizure of Iran's enriched uranium. Now, I don't know if that's true. This group analyzed satellite imagery. In recent weeks, according to this group. It's an interesting story. I can't confirm it. Are they? Is Iran going to Isfahan, where possibly there's enriched uranium buried, and barricading the entrances? Would doing something like that really significantly prevent the U.S. from going to get the stuff? Does Iran think that if it bulldozes a giant pile of dirt over an entrance to a nuclear facility that the U.S. doesn't have some sort of plan to deal with that? I don't know that they think that, but I don't know. You can read that at the Jerusalem Post. Now, another viewer sent me something. Thanks to the viewer, Eric Lestrange mentioned to me that Bloomberg Day reported. So Bloomberg said, as we told you, the U.S. government said that 2 ships had crossed the Strait of Hormuz. This was the first time that had happened since the war. 2 U.S. ships. The U.S. government says they are setting the conditions. They're preparing for an operation where mines would be removed from the waterway. Bloomberg says a regional intelligence official said 2 destroyers that attempted to transit the Strait of Hormuz were forced to turn back after encountering threats from Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, which also launched a drone in the direction of the vessels. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Did Iran threaten these U.S. ships? It's a good question. Now, Iran state media, Fars, claimed that I guess one of the U.S. ships returned from the strait after Tehran warned it would be targeted. That I don't know if that's true. I'd like to know if Iran threatened the U.S. ships at all. Don't know if they did. Oh, I got some information about what went through the strait today, aside from the 2 U.S. destroyers, apparently. Hey, big thanks to our moderators. Debbie BJG is moderating. Soggy Sandwich is moderating, our new moderator. Thank you so much, Soggy. Ruth is moderating. Thank you. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you. Also moderating, Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch. Speaking of Twitch, thanks to Fernie Man for subscribing. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X, on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body is there. Andrea Holder is there. Thank you. Somebody was coughing on the camera. Raymond Thompson says, let's hope the American negotiators don't suffer from jet lag, and that if they do, it doesn't impair their negotiating ability. Hopefully they were able to maybe sleep on the plane or something. Long day today. Oh, hold on a second. The White House just put out a statement. The White House, well, not from the White House press pool. I got a statement here. A senior White House official says 15 hours and counting. So maybe talks are still going on in some sense. Hang on a moment here. Talks crossed the 15-hour mark. The White House press pool is reporting that talks have crossed the 15-hour mark and they're still going. So Tyler Pager of the New York Times is the currently in the vice presidential White House press pool. So he is one of the reporters who's with the vice president today. They have these pool reporters who it allows lots of different outlets to get coverage when it's unrealistic for them all to have reporters there. So he's the designated White House press pool vice presidential trip reporter, I guess tonight, giving updates. And he literally just posted 17 minutes ago saying that a senior White House official said 15 hours in counting. So a senior White House official says that the talks are still going. Michael Scholing says, let them talk. Talks crossed the 15-hour mark. Now, that's interesting. That's the first I've heard that they're still going. You know, there's been some conflicting reports. Some of the Iranian press reports claim that they were still exchanging drafts. John Pendleton thinks it's probably a good sign. Kuwait News Agency. Kuwait News Agency. Officials familiar with the progress of the negotiation round confirm no significant progress has been made. I don't know what their sources are, but Kuwait News Agency is claiming that no significant progress has been made. Also, Jennifer Jacobs, who is with CBS News, says Iran talks continue per White House official. She might be reading the same report, though, from the White House pool that I am, the vice presidential pool. Wow, guys. Timms thinks no progress seems more likely. We are bringing you live coverage. Okay, here's what we're going to do right now, real quick. I want to talk about this. I saw a story talking about what had gone through the Strait of Hormuz today. So I want to talk a little bit about that. We're going to keep updating you on these talks, which again, a White House official said about 20 minutes ago, they're still going. Maybe they're sleeping in maybe like one person goes to sleep and the others stay up. I don't know how that works. Okay. But right before we get into that, into the topic of what moved through the Strait of Hormuz today, really quick, this is a sponsored broadcast and it is tax time now. And appropriately enough, our sponsor today is Tax Network USA. So here's a quick word from me about our sponsor. And then right after that, we'll get into the Strait of Hormuz stuff. Do you owe back taxes or haven't filed in years? If the answer is yes, the IRS could take your wages, bank accounts, and more. If you want to avoid this, you can get help resolving your tax matters with Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA is a tax resolution firm that specializes in resolving and reducing IRS tax issues. They've helped many clients reduce their tax liability and penalties. Their powerful programs and strategies could save you thousands or even eliminate your debt entirely if you qualify. And right now, Tax Network USA is offering a completely free IRS research and discovery call to show you exactly where you stand and how they might be able to help. So if you're interested, give them a call. 866-686-0252 or find them on the web at tnusa.com/AFTV. Don't let the IRS be the first to act. Get protected with Tax Network USA and start the process on settling your tax matters once and for all today. Okay, let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Bloomberg reports that 3 oil supertankers sailed through the Strait of Hormuz today. They said 2 of them were Chinese supertankers, and a Greek vessel moved through as well. And what they said is that this is a uptick in oil shipping. So there's the question of how many ships go through the Strait of Hormuz, period. But there's also the question of what are those ships carrying? Now, these are all ships, presumably, that Iran has allowed to go through. I don't know if they're paying Iran these particular ships or whatever. But I know in the past days, one of the last couple days, reportedly, like none of the ships that went through were oil ships. I believe Iran had said the day after the ceasefire that they were closing the strait to oil tankers because Israel had been attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. Anyways, though, Bloomberg is reporting that this past day was possibly, Bloomberg is saying this is possibly, are they saying it was? Bloomberg is claiming that the past day was the biggest day of oil exits through the Strait of Hormuz since the war started. Okay? And they also say that none of these tankers, none of these oil super tankers that went through in the past day were carrying Iranian oil or have obvious direct links to Iran. So that's interesting. So what is to explain this? Why in the last day did 3 oil super tankers without obvious connections to Iran, why were they allowed to go through? I don't know. And 2 of them were Chinese. One of them was Greek, apparently. Also, Bloomberg does point out that while this is a significant event, the amount of oil we're talking about is way less than on a normal day that would move through the strait. So if you add up the oil that they believe went through in the past day the strait that got exported, it would be roughly half of the normal amount that would go through the strait on a normal day. Okay. They say there's another tanker that's been waiting close by the first two, the Yuan, Hua, Hu. We should look up the two that went through. Do they have the names of the two that went through? I don't see them. Oh, hold on. Yes, I have them right here. According to Bloomberg, the three super tankers that went through are Coast Pearl Lake, He Rong Hai, and Serifos. And they say that two of those ships were loaded in Saudi Arabia and one in Iraq. So again, it's a very interesting report from Bloomberg saying that it came out today, so it seems like it's saying in the past day. Yes, April 11th. Bloomberg is reporting that today, 3 oil supertankers without obvious connection to Iran did pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Between them, they carry about 6 million barrels of crude. So, and 2 of them were Chinese. So again, I don't know what arrangement Iran reached with these ships, why they allowed these ships to go through today, but Bloomberg is saying that this is the biggest amount of oil, perhaps. They're saying it's the biggest amount of oil that's gotten exported out from the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz on any day since the war started. So that's very interesting. But no oil on board? No, they're saying that there is oil on board in the article. The article said that they had oil on board. Somewhat says in exchange for Chinese weapons. There are these unconfirmed reports floating around about China shipping man pads to air defense to Iran. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So Still Rock thinks China is paying its tolls in weapons to Iran. Okay, let's look. I'm going to show you marine traffic, and let's look at the 3 oil super tankers that Bloomberg claims went through today. One was called the He Rong Hai. This is a Chinese ship. Okay, He Rong Hai, Chinese ship, reported destination China. It is sailing under the flag of China. It is an oil supertanker. And if you look at the past track, there it is. It went through the strait. And I believe it took the route. So a few days ago, Iran had issued a new map saying this is where the ships need to go if they're going through the Strait of Hormuz. And it said the ships going out need to go near but below the Larak Island, and the ships coming in have to go north of Larak Island. So you can see there is the ship. It did go through today, this Chinese oil supertanker. So that's one. Then another Chinese one today was Cos Pearl Lake. Here is Cos Pearl Lake, oil tanker, Hong Kong flag, meaning part of China. Cos Pearl Lake, oil supertanker. Let's look at what happened with this one today. Same thing. Same thing. You can see it says April 11th in morning Eastern time. So both of those are Chinese super tankers, and they went through. And then the third one they mentioned was it Cerifos? I have to look it up here. Give me a moment. The third one, it's a very interesting report from Bloomberg. They say the third one was Cerifos, which they said was a Greek ship. Crude oil tanker, Cerifos. It is flying under the flag of Liberia. Reported destination MYMKZ? What does that mean? Hang on. That says Malaysia. I'm hearing Malaysia according to AI. But I thought Bloomberg said this one was Greek. Maybe it's managed by a Greek company. I don't know. Anyways, that's the Cerifos. Let's look at it today. There you go. Same thing. Same thing, guys, right there. Was this today? Yes, it was today. Well, actually, that's the 10th. That's the 10th. Maybe in the past day. Anyways, it's in the past day. So, J Project says the owner may be different than the flagged country. So that's three ships, three super tankers that went through in the past day. Oil super tankers. And maybe we can check out here the last 24 hours. I like to play the last 24 hours total. Okay, so here is the whole thing. Now we will play 20 marine traffic. This is the ship tracking and marine analytics provider, Marine Traffic. Marinetraffic.com is where you can find them. And here is, okay, we're going to zoom in a little more. There is the Strait of Hormuz. We're playing the last day. So right there, you can already see in the last day, there's Cerifos. This is the last 24 hours, and you see it already coming out there, the Cerifos. Now, we may see other ships as well. Jag Vikram looked like it might have gone through. I'm not sure, though. See, yeah, there is He Rong Hai right there. That one ended up going through. See, it says He Rong Hai. By the way, red means tanker. I think green is a cargo ship. So a bunch of ships you can see in the last day going up. Let's see if anything goes through. One's called SW Rich. SW Rich looks like it went through. See, it says SW Rich. SW Rich went right through. Then a couple of ships are going the other way. You can see, I mean, this is not, as you can see, we're not talking about 130 ships a day. Which is, oh, there's Cos Pearl Lake. We were already looking at this one. Cos Pearl Lake and He Rong Hai. I don't know if PKA went through. We're about halfway through the day. Looks like maybe some of those cargo ships went through too, the green ones. And then now we're more than halfway through the last 24 hours. And I think maybe as it gets dark, things start dying down. Yeah, so now we're getting close to like 2/3 of the way through the last 24 hours. And now you don't see much new approaching. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, but if you told me like 10 ships went through or something, I mean, you just saw it. We saw some ships go through. It wasn't 130 ships. Now we're in the last like 6 hours before now, just showing you what is going on. Now, remember, Iran has been shipping its own oil out, letting its own oil ship out using the Strait of Hormuz. So some of the ships that leave might just be carrying the Iranian oil. All right, now we're just about at the present time. Let it run for a little bit longer. I'm running the last 24 hours for you. And you have a number of them going in. Now, maybe they're going in to make pickups so they can bring them out, those ships. All right, well, there you go. So that's the last 24 hours, according to marine traffic. And this is the current situation right there. In terms of the triangles and the dots, I believe dots are not moving and triangles are moving. The triangle shows you the direction it's moving in, but if it's not going anywhere, it's just a dot. Also, the colors represent the type of ships. So, for example, green is cargo vessel, red is tanker. Blue is passenger vessel, dark blue, light is tugs and special craft. You can see there. Yes, and a number seem to be coming in. Again, you know, if ships are going to leave the Gulf, I mean, that's an oil products tanker coming in. That's a crude oil tanker. That's a crude oil tanker. That's 4 crude oil. That's 4 oil tankers. Now, maybe they're going in to make pickups. They might be going to pick up Iranian oil. That I don't know. But as we mentioned also, you could see this is one of the 2 destroyers that reportedly went through the strait in the past day. And that is the USS, is it the Michael Murphy, guys? Am I remembering this right? But that is not the current position. That's the position from 15 hours ago. And I can't get a past track from that one. But that's the position as of 15 hours ago. This is the USS Michael Murphy. And here is a live shot of the hotel where the negotiations are taking place. And we thought they were over for the night, but then a senior White House official told the media that it's still going. Hey, quick thanks, by the way, to Zeppelin 904 for the memberships. Zeppelin 904 gave 20 people memberships. That's really nice of you. Make sure you thank Zeppelin 904. Also, or anybody else if they give you a membership or a subscription. Thanks also, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thank you. Sparky Jean says, do you have any idea how these talks work? I do not know what the process is. I know that some of it, they are with each other, trilateral talks, and some of it is them passing drafts back and forth, not in the same room. So it sounds like some is direct and some is not. I do not know anything about how the process works, though. I'm sorry I can't be more of a help on that. Thank also, it's Ashley Yo for being a member. Thanks Gen2 Gone for your support. Thank you, Firejack. Thank you. And John Turpin, thank you. And Curtis West. Yeah, we just mentioned the ship you said, Curtis. Although it's that, again, the Michael Murphy, you only see the tracking from 15 hours ago. At least I do. Thank you. Also, thanks to Lidwine Elizabeth. Yeah, there had been a bunch of reports in Iranian media saying that the talks were either over or that the face-to-face was over and they were doing drafts. But a number of reports had come out in Iranian media claiming that the talks were over and then they were going to resume in the morning, later in the morning. But again, just about 40 minutes ago, a senior White House official said the talks were still going after 15 hours. Avishek says maybe some good news is coming. We should maybe do a poll question. Maybe we'll do a poll question. If you give me a moment. Okay, let's do a poll. Patrick thinks these talks will go nowhere. Will these talks result in an Iran-US deal? Will these talks result in a deal? I'm not even specifying what deal, but it's Iran-US, obviously. Will these talks result in a deal? That's a question I am asking you right now. Let's see here. While I'm asking the poll, I did forget to do something. Let me finish posting the poll, and then I have to do two things. So first of all, I have to finish posting the poll. I posted it on Twitch and YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Facebook. Then we're going to show you the results. Okay, so, all right, the poll is posted. We have a graphic to show you. I got to show you that. And also, I was supposed to, and I forgot, we have a sponsor today. And when I did the sponsor ad, read by me, I forgot to post the number and the link in the chat. So for those who are interested, I am posting that right now. If you didn't see it, that's what it's referring to. Okay, so that's why I'm posting that right now, which I should have posted before. All right, that's posted in the chat. Now let's look at something here. This thing right here, which is you guys thinking about what to do. Thinking about what to do. And then you vote, and let's see now what you said, how you voted after you thought about what to do. Here we go. Will this result in some sort of deal? Here is what people on YouTube say. 77% say no. YouTube is skeptical, 77% say no. Over on Facebook, 88% say no. How about on Twitch? 81% say no. Skeptical. Couldn't they do some sort of deal? MD Mary says no deal. DJN says, can't they break and come back tomorrow? I mean, they can do whatever they want. It is tomorrow there. It's 5 a.m. there. It's possible. The White House said they're still talking, but again, it's possible that, there's a bunch of people in their groups from each country. So it could be the case that some of them are sleeping and the other ones are talking or something. I honestly don't know. There are delegations. GameMet Daily says no deal. They are terrorists. Our viewer Deborah Allison says Trump wants this over now. Woodcraft Supply Corner thinks Iran isn't going to let go of the strait without a fight or enriched uranium. Martin Wilnick thinks the different parties involved don't even know what they want. It's interesting just the fact that why didn't they just meet for like 7 hours and then say we'll meet tomorrow? It's just interesting in itself that it's gone on for so long. Alley Cat says not skeptical, just realistic. All right, so you guys are skeptical. Well, you guys think there's going to be no deal, the majority of you. Thank you for voting in the poll. Facebook ended up 85% no. One of our viewers said there will be a deal that's broken by April 20th. Thank you so much to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Susan. Thanks to our mods, Kay Larry Body and Andrea Holder, moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. Roberts May Queen Beth Mythical on YouTube. Thank you so much for moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Ruth is moderating too, by the way, on YouTube. Thanks to our Twitch moderators, Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah, thank you. Also, thanks on Twitch to Xander Sturm for subscribing, thank you. Fernie Man for subscribing, thank you. Thanks, Debbie BJG, for moderating on YouTube. Let's see if we have any updates for you here. Let's see. I'm not seeing updates right now from Iranian state media. Excuse me. I've seen some reports on, we should talk about the China story. Let's talk about the China story. Should I also, maybe I should put, well, I'm going to leave this right up here. Leave that up there. You never know what we'll see on this. We could see some movement on this camera. Oh, hold on a second here. Hold on. We told you about this yesterday. CNN reported that U.S. intelligence indicates China is preparing weapons shipment to Iran. As Reuters says right here, CNN claimed that U.S. intelligence indicates that China is preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran within the next few weeks. The network said there are indications Beijing is working to route the shipments through third countries to mask their origin. CNN also said Beijing is preparing to transfer shoulder-fired air missile system, shoulder-fired anti-air missile systems known as man-pads. But I did see something that I wanted to mention. Where is it here? By the way, President Trump today said China will have big problems if it ships weapons to Iran. I should see, do I have the video of Trump? I might have the video. That would be great if I could just play you the whole video of him talking today. Give me a moment. I have clips of it, but here, is this it? I think I have it. I have it. Hold on. Yes. I'm going to download the video of Trump taking questions today before he left the White House. And then we can watch it because he talked about China during that as well. Let's see here. Where was this thing? All right. I'm almost done downloading the video, and then I can show you what President Trump said today. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay. Oh, this is great. Okay, here it comes. We're going to show you President Trump today. Look at this. Earlier today. Might be a little loud because it's like before he gets on the helicopter. Now, it may be a little difficult to hear. Earlier today. Okay. Let's hit play. I see the volume. Volume control. There it is. Okay. Now, where is Trump? There's the camera waiting for him. When did he come out here? There he is. Okay, here comes Trump. He answered a few questions for like 5 minutes, I guess. Let's see if we can hear him. It can be really difficult to hear during this shot. Okay, hold on. There he is.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of reports. They've been meeting for many hours, as you probably have noticed. We'll see what happens. Look, regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. Doesn't matter. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else. And it's a pretty beautiful thing to see.
What about the money?
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy has gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have mine sweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait. In addition to that, we're negotiating. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we've won. Whether you listen to the fake news or not, you know, it's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%. Think of it. We defeated their Navy. We defeated their Air Force. We defeated their anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are all dead. And now all we do is we'll open up the strait, even though we don't use it, because we have a lot of other countries in the world that do use it that are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you. How do you know that? Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You don't know anything. Who are you with?
NBC News, Philly Circuit.
ABC?
NBC.
Well, let's make news.
Mr. President.
Let me just tell you. We win, no matter what. We've defeated their military. They have no Navy. 158 ships are underwater, undersea. All of their minesweepers and all of their, they call them mine droppers. Can you imagine? A country has 28 mine droppers. You think that's nice? With all of that being said, they're all defeated, by the way. They're all at the bottom of the sea. Now, with all of that, they have no Navy. They have no radar. They have no Air Force. Their leaders are all dead. Khomeini is gone. For many years, he ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care. Well, if China does that, China's going to have big problems, okay?
The last question was about the report that China was preparing to ship weapons to Iran. And he said if China does that, it's going to have big problems. But, I mean, basically what he said today, which you just heard, is he said a number of times he doesn't care what happens with the negotiations because either way, we win. He said, either way, we win. He said that again and again. We win either way. He did say they were having talks. You know, I forget what the adjective he used was. Deep talks or something. Involved talks. Thanks to John Turpin for the memberships. John, that's really nice of you. Thank you, John Turpin. Kryptonius thinks he's frustrated. So that was Trump. I wanted to show you what he said today. We got to see what he said. We are bringing you live updates. We're following these talks. It's not totally clear if any talking is going on right at this second. About an hour ago, a White House official told the press pool 15 hours and counting, and that it was still going on. Up there playing music on the live shot. Oops, we don't need earlier today. This is live. That's the Serena Hotel. That's where the talks are taking place. One of the viewers said, "Hope the negotiators are resting." Another question is, how long do these negotiations go on for? Do they go on for a week and a half? Do they go on for one more day? If they end and there's not a big agreement, then what happens then? Thank you, Dyslexic LLM, who says, "So sad. Please try Greenland next. We'd love to lose like Iran and increase our budget too." Thank you so much for your support. It says Dyslexic LLM. Thanks also, Chef from Ardam. Chef from Ardam, thanks for being a member. Greetings from the Netherlands. Thanks, Thomas Hastings, for your support. Thanks, Cat Golfer, for your support, and Least Trustworthy Weasel. Listen to weird. Is that a bird? Interesting bird call. Is it a bird or another animal?
कंपेन चलाऊंगा कि भाई देखो बैंड को क्या हो रहा था और मैंने जाके यूं बचाया और ईरानियों को भी इसी पे एतमाद है। बाकी निचले जितने भी आए ना, हिट बॉब हो गया, दूसरे हो गया, नहीं हमें नाम दिया थोड़ी देर और बुली हो जाएगा। यही खिलौनी है, खबर कर ले यार। नहीं यही खिलौनी है। अब बंदा आ गया।
Just so you know, Tyler Pager, who is a White House correspondent with the New York Times. Tyler Pager, he is in Pakistan right now. He is with the vice presidential press pool. He just said that Vice President Vance enters the 16th hour of talks. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said Vice President Vance enters the 16th hours of talks. I mean, I have it says will continue Sunday morning because a number of Iranian outlets said that it was going to continue. It's possible it's continuing right now. So I just want to let you know that. It's a little... it's a little confusing whether it's going on right this second. I mean, I could say reportedly still going on. But it's kind of hard because a number of reports said it's not going on. Maybe I'll leave will continue Sunday morning because there were a bunch of reports about that. But just know that... it could actually still be going on.
टेंशन दे रहे थे अरे यार हमारी वजह से टेंशन ना लिया करो हम 5 मिनट काम करके निकल जाए
Our viewer Mogul thinks Iran is stalling and being resupplied by other countries with new weapons. Hey, the guy just walked by with a camera. Oops. A guy just walked by with a camera. We're going to take some more comments here.
लाइट बंद कहाँ चली गई?
We got a lot of bird sounds as the sun comes up. Oh, did the lights go off in Islamabad, Pakistan? Hey, thank you to Kitsachi for the gift memberships. Kitsachi. Also, Corey2SS. Corey2SS, thank you. Ed Crelly. Ed Crelly, thank you. Thank you, Ed Crelly and children of Ed Crelly. Also, Arcus Spud, thank you. Arcus Spud. And Oxytropis. Thanks, Oxytropis. Thank you also, Kurt Hensley. Kurt Hensley, thank you. Look at it's getting light. It's getting light at the 5-star Serena Hotel, which has over 30,000 reviews. It's in Islamabad, Pakistan. Reuters reports that it's a 5-star hotel, but also is known for having very good security there. And that is where the talks are happening. Yo-Yo says, what a beautiful resort. Let's see if I can find some more reporting on these negotiations. Reuters reports, by the way, Reuters says U.S.-Iran talks pause for now. Disagreements remain. Reuters said that the negotiators appeared to have concluded for now, said Iran's government. That was a couple hours ago they said that. Hold on, I gotta listen to this. Reuters says the talks in Islamabad were the first U.S.-Iranian direct meeting in more than a decade and the highest level U.S.-Iranian discussions since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. The Iranian government had said in a post, negotiations will continue despite some remaining differences. This was a post, by the way. I taught you about a bunch of different state media reports coming out of Iran about the negotiations, but I didn't show you this. This is a post from an Iranian government account. Parent Iranian government account. It says, with Pakistan's proposal and the agreement of the negotiating teams of Iran and the U.S., talks mediated by Pakistan will continue for another round after a pause on Sunday. They also had reported that the talks had concluded after 14 hours. Technical teams from both sides now exchanging expert texts. Negotiations will continue despite some remaining differences. A Pakistani source told Reuters there were mood swings from the two sides and the temperature went up and down during the meeting. Islamabad, the capital city of more than 2 million people, has been locked down with thousands of paramilitary personnel and army troops on the streets. Before the talks began, a senior Iranian source told Reuters that the U.S. had agreed to release frozen assets in Qatar and other foreign banks, but a U.S. official denied agreeing to release the money. As well as the release of assets abroad, Iran wants things like continuing control of the Strait of Hormuz, payment of war reparations, a ceasefire across the region, including in Lebanon. Also, they want to be able to enrich uranium. They want to collect fees on ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. Reuters says Trump's demands have shifted, but as a minimum, he wants free passage for global shipping through the strait and the crippling of Iran's nuclear enrichment program to ensure it cannot produce an atomic bomb. Sandy E says fees won't work. Listen to this. Thanks so much to Tormented Tantalus. Thank you. Who says, if Trump doesn't care whether a deal is reached, what is the point of negotiating 16 plus hours straight? He, Tormented Tantalus, is frustrated by the contradictory and confusing messaging. Our viewer Pro Clicker says anything involving Iran getting large amounts of money is a no. Janet Smith says no reparations either, no money for anything. That is outrageous. She says that they want that. Sean _ says they're never going to let them enrich uranium. Ron Lalordo says Serena Hotel will be renamed Trump Hotel. Phone, that's not my phone. That's their phone, not mine. Their phone is ringing. The Washington Post reports that inside the city, entire neighborhoods were shut to civilian traffic, with heavy police and military presence along roads newly decorated with banners depicting Pakistani, American, and Iranian flags. Local news coverage of the talks was wall-to-wall and glowing, says the Washington Post. Also, interestingly, the Washington Post says, diplomats in the region have cited the makeup of the two delegations as cause for optimism about the prospects of a deal. Both Iran and the U.S. have sent large, more senior groups of officials to the talks than were set to nuclear talks between the two sides. One Western diplomat says, who's based in the Persian Gulf, told the Washington Post that Vance's presence in particular sends the Trump administration's seriousness. The vice president is seen in the region as more supportive of a peace deal because of his past opposition to foreign military intervention, the diplomat said. But the diplomat cautioned, even if today's meetings are successful, the talks are likely to progress slowly as the two sides have numerous intricate issues to resolve. The former Pakistani ambassador to the United States, Hussein Haqqani, by the way, Hussein Haqqani, a former Pakistani ambassador to the United States, said originally the talks were going to be proximity talks, where the delegations are not in the same room. But a senior White House official said tonight that the format was trilateral face-to-face meeting. And then the former Pakistani ambassador to the UN, Hussein Haqqani said any willingness to talk directly should be taken as a positive sign. The talks have started from a point of deep mistrust and unwillingness to talk. So in that sense, Pakistan has already accomplished a great deal in bringing the two sides to its capital. The two sides have clashed on some of the truce's central terms. This is the ceasefire that they have signed, as you guys know. For example, whether or not the ceasefire involves Lebanon, Israel and the U.S. say no, Iran and Pakistan say yes. and what the 10 points of discussion what are the 10 basic points that are agreed to as a part of as a basis for negotiation. Iran said it had a 10-point plan that was pretty much all really strong Iranian demands, whereas President Trump says the plan you've been hearing about in the media is not the 10-point plan, is not the plan, that there's a different plan that they're going to use as a basis for negotiations. Also, a reminder, just to mention this again, this is from the Washington Post article right here. U.S. Central Command announced the start of mine clearing operations in the Strait. And what they did is they said they had sent 2 destroyers through the Strait today to set the conditions for a mine clearing operation. The destroyers were not themselves moving mines. They were both guided missile destroyers. Let's see here. Oh, this is interesting. Something more about the frozen assets. So Iran's request that the U.S. unfreeze billions in assets emerged as the other key sticking point for the talks, according to the Pakistani official. That's in a X post on Friday, the Speaker of Iranian Parliament, Ghalibaf, said that the frozen assets, unreleasing the frozen assets were one of 2 measures mutually agreed upon that have yet to be implemented. The Washington Post reports the frozen assets that Ghalibaf of Iran appears to be referring to are those that the Biden administration pledged to unfreeze following a 2023 hostage release deal with Iran. However, the transaction was still pending when Hamas launched its October 7th attacks in 2023. And Tehran was blocked from accessing the funds. That's interesting. Yeah, there's a headline from the Washington Post from 2023 that says U.S. and Qatar agree to stop from tapping $6 billion fund after Hamas attack. And that report from 3 years ago said the U.S. officials, from just after the October 7th attack, that report said U.S. officials and the Qatari government have agreed to stop Iran from accessing a $6 billion fund for humanitarian assistance. So that is the deal. That fund was financed apparently by Iranian oil sales. So without getting into all the specifics, it's interesting that the Post is saying that the money Iran had said they wanted before the talk started was this money that I believe, according to the Washington Post, if I read that right, was proceeds from its oil sales, which had been promised them, but then it got cut off from them because before they could get it, the October 7th attack happened, and they were accused of supporting Hamas. One other quick thing I want to mention before taking some comments. The Washington Post says that less is known about the Trump administration's position going into the talks. The administration says it sent a 15-point plan to Tehran last month, but that has not been made public. Officials speaking on the condition of anonymity said that the proposed plan by the U.S. offers extensive sanctions relief for Iran in return for the removal of all enriched uranium from Iran and strict limits on its nuclear and missile programs. But most of you do not think this is going towards a deal. We talked about that before we did a poll. And most of you think that this is not going to result in a deal. This is it looks like a lovely place. Austin Batman said Al Jazeera reported about Israel continuing to bomb southern Lebanon. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. There have been some reports tonight of Israel carrying out new strikes in southern Lebanon. Now, Iran said that they were not going to meet until unless there was a ceasefire in Lebanon, but I'm not aware that a ceasefire in Lebanon was ever. Basically, they wanted Israel to stop attacking Lebanon. I'm not aware that Israel is committed to that, though. Oh, I have another little tidbit for you here. I have a tidbit for you. Al Jazeera says, according to an Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson, intensive negotiations in Islamabad involved an exchange of numerous texts and messages. Also, key negotiating issues were discussed, including the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear file. Hey, Tasnim is claiming that Tasnim, which is Iranian state media, 10 minutes ago claimed that the negotiations are still going on. Let me show you what Tasnim Iran News posted. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Here's what Tasnim Iran News says. Tasnim reporter, Iran-U.S. talks in Pakistan lasted for 15 consecutive hours. Tasnim reporter at the negotiation site. One of the most unprecedented negotiations in Iran and possibly the world. I don't know about that. I don't know enough about the history of negotiations, is currently underway in Islamabad, Pakistan, between the Iranian and American delegations. More than 15 continuous hours. Oops, what happened? More than 15 continuous hours and nearly 16 hours have now passed since the start of the talks, and delegations from both sides are busy consulting and exchanging texts to reach a possible common framework for the talks. Could they reach a framework? However, due to America's excesses and ambitions, says Iranian state media, some serious disagreements on a few issues still persist. These negotiations were planned to last one day, but due to some expert discussions and disagreements, they were extended and have effectively become 2 days. And it lists the negotiating teams and says, alongside the main negotiating teams, there are also expert committees. So there is an update. That is from Iranian news. Take it as you will. Iranian state media. Marcus Aurelius says you really need to define deal. I mean, you can have all kinds of things that are called a deal. They could say they agreed to a framework, which can be even like maybe less specific than a deal. So Far State Media just put out a very similar report to the Tasnim one. I don't know if it came from the same place. They say negotiating teams are consulting with their expert teams on the proposed text. Negotiations will resume after the proposed texts are prepared. The outcome depends on changing the unreasonable demands of the United States. The Strait of Hormuz and several other areas remain areas of dispute. Several other issues remain areas of dispute. And experts on both sides are seeking solutions. The Pakistani media is trying to resolve differences but bring opinions closer. The Islamabad talks are one of the longest political negotiations in the world in recent decades, according to Iranian media. Healer thinks Iran has zero room to negotiate? Thank you to Dyslexic LLM. Thank you so much. Also, Sparky Jean. Sparky, I'm not aware that Israel has I don't believe Israel has representatives at these talks. Although I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. had talked about the negotiations with Israel beforehand. Thank you, Totem Somni. Thank you again, Dyslexic LLM. Yes, it has been a busy news time in recent months. And obviously, since the war started, very busy. Lots of developments. You never know when they're going to happen. What I need to do real quick is I need to fill up my water bottle. I need about, I'm going to take 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and I'm coming back. I'll leave you with the lovely picture of Serena Hotel. Just going to make it here. Steve will be back in 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming back. Okay, we are back. We are looking at Serena Hotel, where the negotiations are going on. Some reports said they haven't stopped all night. Oh, hold on a second. I just saw something. What happened here? I have a new report about the negotiations from Iran. I need a moment. I need a second here to pull this up. Ooh, I found it. I found it. Hey guys, there's a statement here. A statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Check it out. We have a statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Esmail Bakai. He put out a statement about 20 minutes ago. It says, diplomacy for us is the continuation of the sacred jihad of the defenders of the Iranian land. Hold on. We have not forgotten and we will not forget the experiences of America's breaches of promise and malicious acts, just as we will not forgive the heinous crimes committed by them and the Israeli regime during the course of the second and third imposed wars. Today was a busy and long day for the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Islamabad. The intensive negotiations that began from the morning of Saturday with Pakistan's benevolent efforts and mediation have continued without interruption until now. Until now! He posted this 20 minutes ago. I mean, I think maybe I should I think I should say reportedly still ongoing. Wow. He said the talks have continued without interruption until now, and numerous messages and texts have been exchanged between the two sides. The Iranian negotiators are employing all their capabilities, experience, and knowledge to safeguard Iran's rights and interests. The heavy loss of our great elders, dear ones, and fellow countrymen has made our resolve to pursue the Iranian nation's interests and rights firmer than ever before. Nothing can or should deter us from pursuing our great historical mission toward our beloved homeland and noble Iranian civilization. The Islamic Republic of Iran is determined to utilize all tools, including diplomacy, to secure national interests and protect the country's well-being. In the past 24 hours, discussions were held on various dimensions of the main negotiation topics, including the Strait of Hormuz, the nuclear issue, war reparations, lifting of sanctions, and the complete end of the war against Iran, the complete end to the war against Iran and in the region. The success of the diplomatic process depends on the seriousness and the good faith of the opposing side, refraining from excessive demands and unlawful requests, and the acceptance of Iran's legitimate rights and interests. We express our appreciation to the government and the warm-hearted and noble people of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for hosting the negotiations and their benevolent efforts in advancing this process. So that's an update about 20 minutes ago. Oh, J.D. Vance is about to speak? Hold on a second. Somebody said J.D. Vance is about to speak? One moment. J.D. Vance is to hold a press conference in 5 to 10 minutes. J.D. Vance is expected to hold a press conference shortly. I am seeing reported right now that J.D. Vance is going to hold a press conference. I just saw it from where is it here? I just saw it from Hiba Nasser from Shark News said it. Jennifer Jacobs said it was CBS News. J.D. Vance press conference coming up. Breaking news. Breaking news. J.D. Vance press conference. Oh my gosh. J.D. Vance press. Oh, the White House went live. Oh my gosh, I gotta get it on the screen. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Oh my gosh, it's on the screen. It is on the screen. J.D. Vance is delivering remarks. Breaking news. It is so breaking news, guys. It is really breaking news. Wow. J.D. Vance, what is he going to say? In the meantime, I'm going to post this, what I just read you from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Update on negotiations from Iran Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson. Hold on a second here. As we wait for J.D. Vance. Guys, J.D. Vance is going to speak at about 6 a.m. At about 6 a.m. And this is Pakistan time. It sounds like maybe they were negotiating all night. By the way, thanks to Mark Grenfell for your support. Thanks AARON for your support, for being a member. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here, by the way. I really appreciate it. Hey, shout out to Oxytropis. Thank you. This is supposed to start any moment now in Islamabad, Pakistan. Any moment now. We will begin shortly. Do I have another feed of it? Hold on. I might have a different feed of it, but I definitely have the feed you see on the stream. We have the White House feed. Yes, we do have the White House feed. Hold on. Headline. Soon. Vice President. Hold on a moment. J.D. Vance speaks about Iran talks. Oh my gosh. Hey, what's going on? I'm seeing a couple cars leave. Where's this? Wait, where's this? Look, there's a couple cars leaving the hotel. It didn't seem like a big deal. That's the hotel. Wow. What is happening here? What is he going to say? What is he going to say? By the way, the White House press pool said 10 minutes ago, the Tyler Pager in the White House press pool said the pool is positioned at the Serena Hotel for a press availability with the vice president. His office said it should start in 5 to 10 minutes. And the White House said it's going to be carried live by the White House. So we're going to show you that right here. Oh my gosh. What is going to happen? Are we going to get big news? Is he just going to give a quick update? What is going to happen? I did not know we would be hearing from J.D. Vance at 6 a.m. Pakistan time and like 9 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday night. Deal or no deal, said Moto Couture. One of our viewers says it's either, I think Spook said it's either good news or really bad news. Thank you, C. Johnson. C. Johnson says, here's the scene in the movie where Iran demands mineral rights from Greenland. That's what C. Johnson says. Thank you, C. Johnson. And Aaron, thank you, Aaron, again. Thanks, Miss Jackpots, for subscribing. Really appreciate it, Miss Jackpots on Twitch. Oh, I didn't thank some people, I think. Oh, no, I did. I thanked Susan Priest Buchner over on Facebook. Thank you. Deal or no deal? Melissa Terry says, please let it be good news. It could be meh news, says Diego. No, we're not doing a poll because I don't want to be dealing with a poll when he comes on the air. J.D. Vance is about to speak. Wow. I had no idea. I thought we'd come on the air and they would have finished up negotiations and they'd be sleeping. But no, apparently they've been up all night negotiating. And now we're going to hear from J.D. Vance. Could be status quo, says Harvey. Unix Pro says, hopefully good news. Real Sportsman says he'll just say it's ongoing. We will begin shortly. Is there any reporting about what he's going to say? Let's see. This came out of nowhere. I will say, though, I will say something. I'm going to remind you guys that Iranian state media said hours ago that J.D. Vance was going to issue a press statement. Hold on a second here. That was a couple hours ago. So I guess they had good story. I guess they had good sources. I guess Iranian state media had good sources. So about 2 hours ago, I think a little more than that, Iran state media IRNA said some sources claim that what they said is they said some sources claim that this will be the last round of talks and that U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is scheduled to issue a press statement, which will then be broadcast live on Pakistani national television. Well, they got it right. The only report I've seen about J.D. Vance earlier was from Iranian state media. So how about that? Oh yeah, Trump is at UFC. He's at UFC right now, isn't he? Trump? In Florida? So Iranian state media scooped everyone on this. Thank you. I am touched. Thank you so much. Some of the meeting was face to face, and some of it was not face to face. That was what was reported. Thank you also the Tekun Uman, who says more propaganda to deter attention from the PDFs. You mean from the Epstein files or something? Thank you the Tekun Uman. Thank you also Mark Fanberg, who says the art of the deal in real time. Thanks, Mark Fanberg. And the Hurricane Ben, thank you. I wonder if J.D. Vance talked to President Trump. Wait, President Trump is at UFC right now because I don't have the rights to it, but I am literally watching a feed of President Trump at UFC. He is at UFC right now. He is shaking hands and greeting people at UFC in Miami. That is happening right now at the same time as J.D. Vance is about to speak. Wow. I'm watching J.D. Vance I'm watching President Trump at UFC, and I think he's with Dana White, but I'm not sure. It's a small video, and he's waving to people. All right, so we're waiting. I wonder if they spoke before this, before JD's remarks. Is the Hungary election today? On the 12th? It's the 12th, right? There's so much news going on. We'll have to talk about the Hungary election, I think. When do the polls close in Hungary? When do the revolts? When do the Hungary is... Oh, hold on a second here. Polls close around 7 p.m. local time. The polls close at 1 p.m. Eastern time in Hungary. Preliminary data around 2 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know what's going to happen there. Jacob, our viewer says, no deal tonight. All right. We're still waiting here, guys. It has not started yet. I can tell you it has not started yet. We are watching. The White House feed. I'm watching another camera also that I don't have the rights to show you, and I can tell you it has not started yet. One of the viewers says Trump is going to find out what happened just like us. You think Trump doesn't know what JD Vance is going to say? Hey, thanks to News with Snacks. That's so nice of you. News with Snacks, thank you. Also, Shadow Fox, thank you. Shadow Fox says no deal. Thank you, Pops1, for being a member. Thank you to Mark Fanberg. Again, Mark says the art of the deal in real time. I appreciate that. Hold on a second here. Okay. When will the address begin? It was supposed to start. The initial report came out at 8:48 Eastern time. The White House the press was told that it would be 5 to 10 minutes. And now that was 22 minutes ago. So that's the best I can tell you. Shout out to our moderators. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Just to shout out some of them on Twitch. Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry Misha, moderate for us on X. K. Lowry Body on Facebook. And hold on a second here. It has not started yet. It has not started yet. Also, thanks to Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Michael. Let's see here. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. And Beth Mythical as well. Thank you to all of our moderators. What is JD Vance going to say? We have been waiting for a little while now. Zoe thinks it will only be an update. Fars News a half hour ago said that negotiating teams are consulting with their expert teams on the proposed texts. Negotiations will resume after the proposed texts are prepared. I think this is a report that it seems similar to one I saw earlier. Yeah, the Fars News report from half an hour ago seems similar to ones that we read earlier from other Iranian outlets. All right, it's now about, this thing is running about 15 minutes late now. What is going to happen? What's the delay? I don't know. It's interesting, though, we did get about 45 minutes ago, I think it was, that was the Iranian foreign ministry spokesman gave an update about 45 minutes ago or 40 minutes ago. But I mean, it wasn't like too enlightening. Gamer Girl says this could be stall tactics until ground troops arrive. We're still waiting for JD Vance. We are waiting for JD Vance. Thibodeau one says, did Iran surrender? White House Pool says President Trump entered the arena to watch a UFC fight. At 9:02 p.m., he was trailed by several members of the Trump family and Dana White, the president of UFC. His eldest daughter, Ivanka, and younger daughter, Tiffany, were close by. As a Kid Rock song blasted from the speakers, he walked to his seat where Marco Rubio was waiting. Marco Rubio is also at the UFC. I did not know that Marco Rubio was at the UFC. One of the viewers said Vance is being left out. So we're just sitting here waiting for JD Vance to speak at any moment about the talks. Uncle Fester says waiting is hardest part. Thanks, Mopar Queen 720. Thank you. Thanks, Mark Haynes, who says watching the oil market. The oil market is not open. Mark is looking at some sort of futures market. I'm not aware that there's any reliable off after hours market. Oh, hold on. I think it's about to start. I think, but it's closed. The regular oil futures market will open at 6 Eastern tomorrow on Sunday. But maybe Mark has a good futures market he off hours he's looking at. Thank you, Mark Haynes. We are still waiting for JD Vance. The press was told this was going to start between 8:53 and 8:58 Eastern Time. It is now 9:18 Eastern Time. The press was told it was going to start in 5 to 10 minutes about a half hour ago. No, he is not talking. I am looking at a camera right now. I am looking at two cameras. He is not talking yet. I'm going to have to time people out. That's what I'm going to have to do. We are still waiting for J.D. Vance. One of the viewers said, "Come on, JD, what the heck, what the hell, man?" That's what Atomic Farting said. Guys, it has not started. I'm going to start timing people out. I can't have that in the chat. Nope. The timeout hammer is coming. I think it'll be any moment now. I think. It is now over 20 minutes late. We will begin shortly. Thanks, Mark Fanberg. No, there are no live streams from Iran that I have. That is pretty much par for the course. No live streams from Iran. Thank you, Mark Fanberg. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, this was supposed to, at the White House press pool said they were told at 8:48 that it would be in 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm sorry you have to wait. I hate when you have to wait, but I do not have control over it. I'm not the scheduling person for JD Vance. Electrostatic says 10 years later. DMR says, please hurry. I'm seeing, nope, it hasn't started yet. All right, he's about to come out now. It should, all right, he's about, oh, no, he has not come out. He's about to come out, I think. But the White House camera will go live when he starts speaking. That's what's going to happen. He has not come out. The door opened, but he did not come out. So it's not, I take it back. He's not coming out yet. There's a second feed that I don't have the rights to show that I can see. He's not out yet. Sorry. Thanks so much, Sydney, for the membership. That's really nice of you, Sydney. Thank you for the gift membership. Yeah, he's not there yet. This is delayed. We are still waiting for J.D. Vance. Thank you, James Glocker. James, that's so nice of you. Really appreciate your support. James Glocker, thank you, James. And Sydney gave another membership. Thank you, Sydney. Please thank Sydney or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Sydney. Thanks, Soupsies, for the bits on Twitch, who says, what do you think J.D. Vance will announce? I don't know. Maybe he'll just give an update on the negotiations, which is kind of like not specific. Maybe he'll have something big to announce. This is a good question. I have no inside info. Thank you, Miss Jackpots on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks, Oxytropis, for your support on Twitch. Did I mention that he's still not speaking yet? We are still waiting for J.D. Vance. Carlos Rodriguez says a late presser feels like not so good news. I don't know if he has slept during all the talks, J.D. Vance. One of our viewers said, where is he? Still Rock says, come on, JD. Still Rock needs to eat. TJ thinks Iran probably refused the deal. This is really long. Given that they initially said 5 to 10 minutes, this is a long wait. Thank you, James Glocker. Thank you so much, James. I was able to eat a bit before I came on the air today. Thank you so much, Rico Boy, who says, why is no one ready? Thank you, Rico Boy. Thanks, Chili Lime, who thinks Vance may announce GTA 6 at this point. Thank you, Chili Lime. Hold on a second. I see the camera panning in or zooming in. I think maybe it's about to start. I think we're close. It looks like maybe we're close. It looks like maybe we're close. Oh, thank you. The 3 tumblers for your cereal. That's really nice of you. The 3 tumblers. Thank you so much. Oh, and also thanks to Blue Machine. Thank you, Blue Machine. Very kind of you, Blue Machine. Thank you. I thought they were going to start, and then it's like there's like this frosted glass door, and you could see a couple people behind the frosted glass door. It looked like they were getting ready to come out, but not right now. Thank you, Just Joanne, our member. Thanks, Mike Eli, for the gift membership. Thank you, Mike. Okay, this thing is officially now a half hour late. It is a half hour late. It was supposed to be in 5 to 10 minutes, and it has now been 40 minutes. System of something said not good news. I mean, what's going on? I wonder, was he maybe waiting to talk to Trump or something? It's very interesting. System of a pronoun thinks it's not good news. One of the viewers said, I do not have a good feeling about the incoming news. Dale says maybe he's updating Trump. That could drag out. Oh, hold on. The camera just moved. Well, the Reuters camera is moving, but it's not the Reuters cam. It's the press pool cam. That's the one I don't have access to. But he's not out yet. Whew. Ahmad thinks something big is about to happen. We are waiting. Where is J.D. Vance? What happened to J.D. Vance? They said he was coming out in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much to Rico Boy. Thank you, Rico, for your support. Very nice of you. Too Many Records thinks it can only be good news and they would not go live for bad news. What if it was like J.D. Vance said, I'm going to go out there, Iran, and I'm going to say this. And right before he went out there, they said, hey, J.D., don't go say that. Let's talk about something. Maybe there was a break in a big break in the negotiation. Thank you, Sydney. Sydney gave another membership. Thank you, Sydney. Also, Revolution 76 Media, who said, my money is on a framework only. Let's see. Thanks so much to Revolution 76 Media. Oh, and also Gold Roger K1I, who says, while we're messing around in the Middle East, the Russians and Chinese are getting real cozy. Hey, Gold Roger, that is really nice of you. Very generous of you. Thank you so much, Gold Roger. Our viewer, Donna Simmons, thinks that Vance probably has to wait for Trump to sit down and hopefully not to the end of the fight. She says, hopefully they have all seen the same version. Words might differ. Yeah, we'll see if what Vance says is similar to what Iran says. As I mentioned about an hour ago, the Iranian foreign ministry spokesman gave an update. There wasn't that much. We can talk about that in a little bit, but it wasn't that detailed. The Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson said that, oh, here he is. Here's J.D. Vance. Here's J.D. Vance.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. Whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we've negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up? And did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, where does this leave the Strait of Hormuz?
Our final and best offer. Breaking news. Huge breaking news. That's it. The talks are over. No deal. No deal. Talks over. Our final and best offer, no deal. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. I thought he was going to say, we're talking, we're making some progress. We don't know if there's going to be a deal. We'll meet later today. They basically met for, it was, kind of 2 days, but it's like one extended session. There is Islam. I don't know what's happening now. Wow. Wow, guys. Are we going to see them leave? There is Serena Hotel. Wow. Breaking news. Breaking news. I got to put up the breaking news. I think I'm going to put the breaking news transition up. Got to do this. Look at this. Breaking news. No deal. Wow. What's happening next? Now what happens? Now what happens? They're going home. What is President Trump going to post? President Trump is at UFC right now in Florida. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, I was looking at crypto a little earlier. I'm looking right now. Bitcoin dropped from about like 1,000, from like 73,100 to 72,200 or so in the last couple of minutes. So I did not expect that to be so sudden. That was pretty sudden. That was pretty sudden. Well, I don't. What Envy says is the ceasefire over, and I don't know. I mean, there's a 2-week ceasefire, but is that it? They could have done negotiations for a week. One of our viewers, Kenneth Colton, says no patience. I mean, that was, it's not in the big scheme of things. They didn't talk that long. Big breaking news. When is President Trump going to post on Truth Social? Maybe he'll post on Truth Social after the UFC. Their final best offer. J.D. Vance said, the bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. He said it was their last best offer. They're going home. The U.S. is going home. J.D. Vance is going home. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are going home. No deal. Going home. Wow. Thank you, Mark Fanberg. Mark says reloading now. Thank you also, user KR4, who thinks Jared Kushner had a little smirk on his face while Vance was talking. I wonder if he got what he wanted. I was focusing on JD Vance. We might it was a short announcement, so I might replay it so we can watch it again. Thanks also Dakota 3049. Dakota thinks Trump knew what he was bad when he said he didn't care. Yeah, so President Trump today, earlier we watched him. He told the press it doesn't matter either way if there's a deal because either way we win. Thank you also Fiona Diamond. Thank you Fiona and user KR and also Man with Two Eyes who thought Kushner and Witkoff were grinning. Man with Two Eyes thinks they tanked the negotiations. Thanks for your support. Thanks also Motivational Living. Thank you Motivational Living. Wow. They are, so are they leaving now? Is this are we seeing a motorcade or not? I don't even know. Is that them? Is this them leaving? Is it? I'll replay the video. I can replay it. That's pretty fast. That's pretty fast. Hold on, I'm going to replay this. Let me go back. Sorry, I didn't even notice. Yes. Hey, there was a big procession. All right, hold on. Hey, guys, I'm going to replay moments ago. I'm sorry, that was really fast. I was not expecting that. Oh, is this is live. This is live. There's more cars coming out right now. This is live. This is live. More cars leaving. That's live. But I will replay you what happened moments ago. All right, now here is, I'm going to replay moments ago. And so what I need to do is turn this volume off. And if I want to replay moments ago, I need to turn this on and show you this there and put this here. Okay, and then put this here. Okay, this is moments ago. All right, I'm replaying this from moments ago. This is what happened about 2 minutes ago. I wasn't even looking. So we see some cars coming out. We see cars with sirens and a bunch of. Was this them? Did they leave that? I mean, they would have had to like get pretty fast into their cars and leave. This was, I mean, because it's got to take a couple minutes after the speech just to kind of, walk down the hall and gather your stuff. So this was just a couple minutes ago. Look at this. Is that them leaving? Maybe this was them. I wasn't even looking for it so soon. I totally missed it. Thanks to the viewers. I was not even looking for this. I think that must be them. They got out fast. If that's them. Wow. Okay, so we just saw that. Then I'm going to go to the live video. Hold live video. There's more cars on the live video now. Hold on. More cars on the live video. Where's this one? That's live. That's the live video. I just saw more cars leave. This is live right now. That's the live video. And there are a number of cars leaving. That could be them too. This is live right now. That's not moments ago. This is live. Live video. There are many cars leaving right now. Maybe this is one of the other delegation. I don't know, but this is clearly a bunch of cars leaving. And it just paused. The video just paused. Oh, now it's coming back. More cars leaving. More cars leaving. More cars leaving. The talks are over. Oh my gosh, the talks are over in Pakistan. Look at all of the cars leaving. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. Everyone's going home. No deal. Talks over. Cars leaving. Cars leaving. More cars leaving. Everybody is leaving, it looks like. Look at all of these cars leaving the hotel. They're leaving. Look at all the people. Oh no. Everyone, it looks like, I don't know if it's everyone, but lots of people are leaving. Where do things go next? The U.S. delegation was not even there for 24 hours, and the talks were over. What will President Trump post about this? I guess there could be a deal in the future. I don't know, though. I don't know. I mean, when you have this delegation go all the way to Pakistan to meet with them, seems to me that it's more likely there'd be a deal there than after. One of our viewers just said, no deal, more war. Wow. Thank you, by the way, to Mike in Michigan, our new member, User KR. User KR thinks we might be back on the escalation ladder and things can get really, really bad for everyone. I hope not. Thank you, User KR. Thank you, Just Joanne. Just Joanne thinks Vance was angry because he never wanted this war. Thanks, Just Joanne. Thanks, Dyslexic LLM, who thinks this is who says this is how the U.S. hegemony. I think it's I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Is it hegemony? I never say this word out loud. Hegemony? Hegemony? Oh, I think it can be pronounced either way. Anyways, this is how the U.S. hegemony ends, says Dyslexic LLM. A true tragedy for the history books. Thank you, Fox250R, for the memberships. Thanks, Darcy Dudat and Just Joanne. Also, Jason D in California, thank you. Jason D says, how much is this related to market manipulation? Thank you, Jason D, for your support. Sokadeb. Thanks, Sokadeb, our member. Sokadeb says, sadly, Netanyahu will continue with Greater Israel.
जी सर असल में फ्लैग वगैरह तो नहीं लगे हुए थे और ये तीनों लगे हुए थे सारे पे फ्लैग.
A quick thanks to Soupzies. Thanks Soupzies on Twitch. Nummy Yummy. Hold on. Thank you to Soupzies. Soupzies and Nummy Yummy on Twitch. Oxytropus on Twitch. Also Master Sergeant on Twitch. Tatsiki on Twitch. CC on Twitch. J Bulls on Twitch. Absolutely Badass on Twitch. Soupsies again on Twitch. Thank you. And I think, thanks Nola Ape. Nola Ape thinks the stock market will be up on Monday somehow. Thank you, Drock. WNC. Thank you, Drock. 828 WNC. Give me a moment here. So I think maybe before we talk about this more, well, first of all, I think this was a short announcement. This was a short announcement, so I'm going to play it for you again. I also want to see what Iranian media is reporting about this. Where is... We're going to play this again. Tasnim News, Iran state media says America's excessive ambitions hindered a common framework and agreement. Tasnim Iran News correspondent says negotiations have ended a few minutes ago, and the two sides have not yet reached an agreement due to America's excesses and ambitions. Additional news will be announced later. All right. I want to show you guys, in case you didn't see it, or if you did see it, I mean, I think it's worth watching again. This is seems like an important thing to me. This seems like a pretty important moment to me. He spoke for about 4 minutes. It was less than 4 minutes. He spoke for 3.5 minutes. And did I freeze? I think my camera froze. Hold on, my camera froze. Camera froze. Let's try to refresh this. Can we fix this? There we go. Okay, we're better. We're back. Wow. I was like, what's going on there? JD Vance spoke for about 3.5 minutes. And it appears, I think it looked like they left really fast. That's what it looked like with all the cars leaving. Okay, so let's look at this again. This is going to be minutes ago, I'll put up. Minutes ago. Okay, see it says minutes ago? Okay. And then we will put up on the screen this. Okay, I'm going to play it right now so you can see what J.D. Vance had to say minutes ago. Oops, but I need to forward it to the right place. Bear with me.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we've negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up? And did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Besson a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, where does this leave the Strait of Hormuz?
Are we going back to war, sir?
Somebody asked, are we going back to war? I can confirm from the White House pool that J.D. Vance has left the venue. He has left the venue. We saw a number of cars shortly after. Man, I can actually tell you how fast it was. So J.D. Vance, he finished speaking at 9:35/9:36. Now I'm looking at my own broadcast here. And I'm going to show you something here. When did those cars start coming out? 9:40. So about 5 minutes after he stopped speaking, a bunch of cars started leaving the venue. I'm going to show you that video right now. It's just about 5 minutes. Okay, so let's see here. So we'll get this off the screen. And here we'll put this one off the screen. All right. So this is minutes ago. This was about, I'm not kidding you. This was about 5 minutes after J.D. Vance spoke. And this is what we saw. Watch this. 5 minutes. Now, I don't know that this was J.D. Vance, because some other cars came out too. But this was, again, about 5 minutes after J.D. Vance stopped speaking. I find it hard to believe this is J.D. Vance. I mean, you would have to just walk straight to the car. This is minutes ago at the Serena Hotel. I'm just replaying it. I mean, that looks like it could be J.D. Vance's motorcade. I mean, it's like they had to have the motorcade fired up and ready to go to get out that fast. Wow. Then a couple minutes later, a bunch of other cars came out, but yeah. Now, some of the cars may have been the Iranians, as one of our viewers mentioned. I don't know if the Iranians were still there. All right, so anyways, guys, here's the live shot right here. Live shot coming up. That is the live shot right there. There you go. Hey, thank you to Chris Renfro for the membership. Thank you so much. Prep Mom 5 PA for the memberships. Very nice of you. Thank you. Also, Dyslexic LLM, who says, the talks, please stop. Know you started this, a true historical blank up. So you got your guys' guess is as good as mine. Yeah, FJ, who I follow, said, wait for President Trump's post. I mean, we were just talking about that, and I was saying to you earlier, what's President Trump going to post? We'll have to see. Maybe we should do a poll. Maybe we should do a poll. How about this? Are the negotiations dead? That's the poll. Are the negotiations dead? Interpret that as you will. I am just posting it here. Get a little audio. Oh, lovely, lovely audio. Okay, I'm going to show the poll now, but before I show the poll results, I do want to show this. Think about what you're going to say in this poll, and then you can vote after you think about it for a second. Okay, so here is what you guys are saying. Let's check. One of the viewers said, "Thank you, now I can vote." I said, are negotiations dead or not? Over on YouTube. YouTube is voting 85% say yes. On Facebook, 73% say yes. And on Twitch, 80% say yes. Joe Gray says they were dead before they started. No deal. One of the viewers said it was just a plot to buy time. Gamoff says, I am still holding out hope. Up. Hold on a second. No, that's not new. That is not new.
हॉटस्पॉट दे देना चल रहा है बंद हो गया इसके सामान हमको पड़ा हुआ इसकी आईएफबी वगैरह सब उसी में
Remember so President Trump had said that the ceasefire was 2 weeks, but it was based on the Strait of Hormuz being open. The Strait of Hormuz is not open. Thanks, by the way, to Katz Sadow for subscribing on Twitch. Demotolamus for subscribing on Twitch. L. Fitzgerald for subscribing on Twitch. Guy from KC. Guy from KC says lots of tankers in and headed to the Gulf of America. That President Trump had posted about that today. I don't personally know if there are more. I haven't seen any reporting that there's like more tankers, oil tankers going to the U.S. to fill up than there were before. They might be. There might be. I don't know. I don't have hard data on that, though. I mean, certainly, there's going to be places that need oil that cannot get it from the Strait of Hormuz anymore. If I see some kind of update on that with some facts and reliable numbers, I'll certainly let you know. Thank you so much, Guy from KC. I'd be interested in knowing the statistics on that. Thank you to Soupsies as well. The J.D. Vance plane was visible on flight radar for some of the trip. Thanks for voting. All right, so our poll, look at that. 86% on YouTube says negotiations dead. 81% on Twitch say negotiations dead. Thank you for voting in the poll. I was going to check. Hold on. Flight radar. You never know. We might see the plane. I don't know how long it'll take to take off. So his plane's going to be leaving from Islamabad. Right? So we need to look up Islamabad. So a bunch of people are following this flight, but I don't know what this is. #1 worldwide. It's a plane that took off from Islamabad. There should be 2 U.S. planes, though, because we saw 2 Air Force planes that were colored kind of like Air Force One on the way in. So I don't know that that's anything. Oh, but was this plane circling maybe? I don't know. That's the only plane near Islamabad right now. You could go look at flightradar24.com. Oh, this plane, yeah, one of our viewers mentioned that this plane, no, it's not there anymore. That plane is no longer on the screen, the one we just saw a couple seconds ago. It's possible that we'll be able to see his plane at some point. Hey, thanks to Ed Weeby. Thank you, Ed, for the membership. Fabio Ferreira, who says there will be no more conversations or continue tomorrow. The in-person meeting is done. I don't know if there will be conversations. There's none set up. There could be if they decide to be, but they're going, the U.S. going home. They could decide to have some in the future. I don't know. Thank you, American. We'll have some coverage at some point today of Hungarian election. I'm guessing we'll be covering this too. So I'm going to try to do some coverage later today of the Hungarian election. We talked about that a little earlier. Thank you so much, American. I think the polls close around 1 Eastern time, so I'll try to be on for that. Thank you also, Zach Horner. And Jomo. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you, Jomo 1965. I don't know all the latest details on this, but the Jerusalem Post says Netanyahu's corruption trial is set to resume on Sunday after weeks in which Israel's court system operated under emergency restrictions because of war with Iran. That's what Jomo's talking about. Thank you, Anna P., for your support. Thanks so much, Anna P. The Iran-U.S. talks from the last day ended up in no deal. Thank you also, Wes Downer. Maybe we'll do another poll about that at some point, Wes. Thank you so much, Wes. I don't really know what's going to happen with that demining. Without getting it, we can maybe get into details later, but the U.S. said that it had begun. The U.S. said today that it had sent 2 destroyers through the Strait of Hormuz as the start of. They said they did it. They said today we began the process of a mine clearance mission. So I don't really know what that mission is supposed to be like. I don't believe that the destroyers are doing the mine clearance. Did they change their announcement? Yeah, the CENTCOM announcement today said U.S. Central Command forces began setting conditions for clearing mines. So they're not clearing any mines yet. It says they're setting conditions for clearing mines. So are they going to really put minesweepers out there, which might get fired on by Iran? I have no idea. I don't know. It's an interesting question. I don't know. Thank you, Wes Downer. Michael Hutchinson. Michael says this might end up destroying all of Iran like Trump wants. I hope I'm wrong. And lead into a global war, Michael says. Michael hopes he's wrong. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thought JD seemed irritated. Mitchell Pilot says he wouldn't be surprised if there were shouting matches during the negotiations. I believe some of it was direct, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, for your support. Thank you, Motivational Living. Also, Kelly Me. Thank you, Kelly Me. Thanks, Bears Wide Films, too. I'll have to check the news on that. Bears Wide Films, thank you. And also Anna P. I have no idea what's happening. I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen next. Could there be some agreement? New fighting? When that might happen? Some kind of other operations that President Trump is thinking about? No idea. We'll have to see what President Trump says about all this. Oh, Iran State Media posted. OSINT Technical mentioned this. Iran State Media says, look at this. This is from Iran State Media. Fars, a source close to the negotiating team, told Fars correspondent in Pakistan the American team was looking for an excuse to leave the negotiating table. So, Iran State Media claiming that American team was looking for an excuse to leave the negotiating table. It seems that the Americans needed the negotiation for their lost prestige in the international arena and were unwilling to lower their expectations despite the defeat and stalemate in the war with Iran. The negotiating team, as representatives of the people, protected the achievements of the Maidan. That must be some sort of Iranian reference. Or the revolution, are they saying? Protected the achievements of the Iranian revolution, maybe? Iran has no plans for the next round of negotiations. Maidan is a Persian word for town, square, or public gathering place, although it might have other meanings too. But I mean, this message doesn't seem so friendly. But all right, give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Oopsie. Now what's happening? I want to put that up on the screen again. The Fars News Iran State Media Report. Here it is again. A source close to the negotiating team told Fars correspondent in Pakistan the American team was looking for an excuse to leave the negotiating table. It seems that the Americans needed the negotiation for their lost face in the international arena and were unwilling to lower their expectations despite the defeat and stalemate in the war with Iran. The negotiating team, as representatives of the people, protected the achievements of the Maidan, which may be the Iranian Revolution. Iran has no plans for the next round of negotiations. Let's see here. Oh, also the Maidan word there could mean protected the achievements of the military in the war. I don't know. I mean, it's not. I'm not really gonna linger over it, but just to be clear. Sui Haiti says Iran would not sign the surrender papers. Time Tripper thinks Iran should have taken the deal. They will regret that they didn't. The Marlin, there were earlier reports that negotiations would resume today, but then J.D. Vance came out and said they're going home. Cody on Wheels says this isn't good. Iran is delusional. Trump is delusional. The whole the whole Middle Eastern world is delusional. NASA has it figured out. Escape this planet ASAP. Surfer Boy says this is not looking promising. Cute, Cuteast says, when next round of negotiations, there are going to be no more LOL. Wow. Wow, guys.
वो सारे लेफ्ट साइड पे निकले हैं और उसके फौरन बाद एक कॉर्नर निकला है वो राइट की तरफ गया है तो राइट पे जो गया वो वापस इस तरफ नहीं आया यू टर्न करके वो सीधा निकल गया तो आपने वो बनाया हाँ वो कह रहे हैं कि एक के बाद फौरन दूसरा निकला ना तो यही हो सकता है तुमने बनाया हो तुम्हें याद नहीं तुम
Oh, wait. Oh, no. I posted the wrong thing. I posted the wrong thing. I posted the wrong thing. I posted the wrong. It's not a big deal. I wanted to post the post from Far's News, but I posted the second to last one, not the last one. So that was stupid. Let's post the right thing. Let's try this again. That's the one I wanted to post. I guess has crypto gone down more? Hold on. Currently, Bitcoin was at about 73,100 when JD Vance started speaking, and it's now about 71,700. So if you do the math, Bitcoin went down about, what, 2% maybe in that time? Oh, Faytuck's network mentioned that Air Force 2 is taking off. Oh, I can see it myself. I have it right here. Vice President boarded Air Force 2 and waved from the top of the stairs. At 7:08 a.m., AF-2 rolling for takeoff shortly. That's from the White House press pool. I'll read that again to you, but VP boarded Air Force 2 at 7:08 a.m. and waved from the top of the stairs. AF-2 rolling for takeoff shortly. I mean, that was like 20 minutes ago. Hang on a second here. Some of our viewers mentioned a shooting about an hour ago. AZ Intel said at least 6 people were shot and 1 killed at a Chick-fil-A in Union Township, New Jersey. I'll let you know if I hear more. I don't really have good details on that. AZ Intel said that RLS Media said that there were at least 6 people shot and 1 killed at a Chick-fil-A in Union Township, New Jersey. I'll keep an eye out. I don't really have great sourced info on that right now. NJ.com says that authorities are investigating a shooting at Chick-fil-A in Union County. It's unclear how many people have been shot or the extent of the injuries. The Washington Post. All right, so I don't know about this. One of the viewers mentioned this to me, so I looked it up myself. Thanks to the viewer who wrote in about this. I can't remember who sent it to me. Somebody sent this to me. Whoever sent this to me, thank you. So the Washington Post says, I don't know if this is true. The Washington Post says, maybe I can show you on the page. Hold on. I'd like to show you on the page. Okay, so here's the story, and it says, the negotiations led on the U.S. side by Vance, J.D. Vance, had seemed to be largely positive, but went through mood swings. I mean, that's not crazy that negotiations would go through mood swings. That be positive, or you think better, you might be positive and then negative, according to a Pakistani official briefed on the progress of the talks. Talks moved to the technical level after both parties took their first break of the night, signaling progress in the initial phase, the Pakistani official said. However, the two sides also struggled to bridge differences over the future of the Strait of Hormuz and Tehran's demand that the U.S. unfreeze billions in assets. Oh, the plane is on Flight Radar 24 now? Yes, it is. Hey, look. I think we got the J.D. Vance plane right there. It's either the J.D. There were two similar planes that were flying, so it's either J.D. Vance or another one in the group. But this certainly is part of the U.S. delegation plane right here, I would think. You can see it left Where is it here? There's Islamabad. It's coming home. It's probably a long flight. There it is, guys. Look, 3D view. 3D view. It's coming home without a deal. Twillo says the war is back on. Zoom in on the window, we might see Vance, someone says. If you want, you can track his entire flight if you want. Hold on. I believe the flight will be. I wonder if they're going to do a refueling stop. This is a long flight. I'm reading it's about 20 hours online. About 20. That's what I'm reading. So you can track it at flightradar24.com. Flightradar24. Oh, I think we just saw the plane turn. Anyways, for those of you who want, there it is. You can track the whole thing. You can check it out. Live flight, so not found. I mean, this might just be because it's, in some area where they don't have active tracking over mountains or something. So, by the way, thanks to Anna P. We will maybe do that poll later, Anna P. In a second, I got to grab something. I haven't eaten once again. Once again, I have not eaten during the stream. I'm going to have to eat something. Thanks, Anna P. I appreciate it. Also, Christopher NYS. Thank you, Christopher. And Eric H86 and Blue Wasted. Thank you. Who says hi, Liz. Thanks also to Anna P is wondering if the ceasefire will continue or end. Look, it's up to President Trump, but at this point, they wanted a deal, and they say there's no deal. So I have a hard time believing that J.D. Vance will go to Iran, there'll be no deal, and they'll just say, well, that's the end of it. Because the point of the ceasefire, ostensibly, is to do the negotiation. But ultimately, it's up to President Trump. I'm really, I don't know when we're going to get it, but obviously it's a big deal to see. I mean, he can change his mind, but it'll be a big deal to see what Trump posts about this. But I believe Trump is still at UFC. Trump is still at UFC. He's there right now. I can see a live shot of Trump at UFC in Miami. So maybe after he gets home from UFC. This is a Reuters website. Not the website. This is the Reuters feed that I pay for. Marnie Pixley thinks Trump will post at 2 a.m. Maverick Pixel says Trump better say something. Adrienne says Trump messed up things for any deal when he threatened the whole civilization of Iran. All right, what I'm gonna do is, because we're gonna stay on for a bit, because I do want to see what happens and maybe what President Trump posts. But I need to eat something, so I'm gonna take about 5 minutes right now. Put some food in to heat up because I gotta eat something, and we'll keep the stream going. I don't know if I feel like this is a better feed to have up for now than the. I don't know of anything happening in Beirut at the moment, but I'll leave this one for now. I'm going to leave this up for now. Hold on. I will be back in around 5 minutes. Okay. I gotta eat something. Oops. Nope, we don't want that up. All right. So hang tight. Really appreciate all of our moderators. So we're gonna keep bringing you coverage. Big breaking news tonight. Iran-U.S. talks end with no deal. And I will be back in about 5 minutes.
यार एक और मिलिट्री कॉन्वॉय आ रहा है मिलिट्री कॉन्वॉय आया है ठीक है और ये हो सकता है इरानियंस को लेके निकले
कार्टून कहाँ है फटाफट
ये रहा
अरे बेटा बात
ना केबल निकालता ना तो
कहाँ है कार्ड
मिल गया
हाथ में ढूंढ रहा था
नहीं वो मैंने देखा था लास्ट टाइम तेरे लैपटॉप में लगा
वो वसीम भाई के लैपटॉप में लगा हुआ था निकाल दिया
मैंने बोला केबल निकाल तेरा मुझे कार्ड ढूंढना है केबल के साथ ही कार्ड पड़ा
केबल के साथ ही कार्ड
से भी हमें ड्रॉप कर कैमरा में रुक गया यार ये
मैंने लाइव करने में जा रहा था दोबारा आ जाऊंगा
एक में रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जा रहा है रिकॉर्ड पे क्यों नहीं जा रहा
1 में लगाए 2 में
1 में
2 में लगाओ 2 में
हाँ चला गया 1 में रिकॉर्ड
चला गया 1 पे सही है
चलो
अच्छा सर मुझे अपनी किट यहीं छोड़नी है अभी
हाँ हाँ
हाँ मैं लैपटॉप साथ ही दिखाऊंगा
पता नहीं क्या है उसमें
कैमरा ट्राइपॉड और
ये किसका कैमरा ये तो वसीम का है ना
ये तो वसीम भाई
ये
का
तुम ये केबल तुम्हारी हमारे पास है
ठीक
ये दिल्ली में
वसीम भाई वो मुझे एयर ड्रॉप भी दे
कौन सी वाली
वही वाली जो नुमान साहब को
लिंक ले लो ना मैं लिंक भी दे रहा हूँ
एयर ड्रॉप कर देंगे तो डाउनलोड करने की पड़ेगी ठीक है मैं ले लेता हूँ ओके स्काई लाइन दो स्काई लदक है ना क्या है ये हमारा ये क्या
रोड का ना वो होटल की जो ये है ना निकलने वाला रास्ता
पे डाल देना जब निकलेंगे हाँ जी रास्ता क्लोज है
वसीम के साथ ट्राइपॉड
चल भाई वो शराब चल एक्सेप्ट कर
तो पुलिस की बसें भी ले गई भर भर के हाँ ना हो यार ग्रीन लेन हो गई
क्या है
इधर क्या करेंगे पुलिस वाले सही है आपकी कोई करनी है ठीक है मैं और यार सब निकल रहे हैं ठीक है
वहीं पे वो तो है ही वहीं पे ना, उसी में मेरे पास है। आप मेरे साथ जा रहे हैं।
चलो वहाँ से स्टोरियाँ करनी होंगी ना।
तो कह रहे हो असल तो करने का स्टोरी करने का टाइम नहीं है।
बैक टू बैक स्टोरीज आएंगी। किसी के पास लाइटर है?
सारे दरवाजे ठीक है। वो तार हम
बीएनसी केबल इसमें डाल दी थी।
कितने 10 बजे
बीएनसी केबल
डाल दी थी मेरे ख्याल में, देख लो। सुफियान होटल बता दो अभी नहीं, बात है नहीं बोलेंगे भेज दो। हेलो जी सर, जी आवाज़ आ रही है। ये तो टॉप
इसको टॉक्स एग्रीमेंट पे इसका मतलब ये टॉक्स जारी है। नेक्स्ट टॉक्स कहाँ कैसे कब होती है?
कार्ड निकालने से
मेरा कैमरा कितने का खरीदेगा? दो दिन पहले मैंने नया खोला है।
Okay, so
मेरा सामान ये क्या लाइव इसके पास चार्जर उसके अंदर है।
hold on a moment. I'm making some food. What is going to happen now? What's going to happen? The talks ended. The JD Vance and the rest of the negotiating team is on the way home. They have already left. They're coming home. Guys. Also a quick report from the White House press pool. White House officials are deferring to the president for further comment about what is next for the U.S. war with Iran, according to Tyler Pager aboard Air Force Two. So no quotes from White House officials. They are deferring to President Trump. President Trump right now is watching UFC. He is at the UFC event in Miami. So when will we hear from President Trump? And what's going to happen in this war? I do not know. Fofer thinks it'll be 2 a.m. Our viewer GoJet thinks the negotiation was a big waste of time. PW360 says, so Vance ended talks after another round was planned for today. I don't know that. I mean, we had heard some reports from Iranian media saying there were talks planned for later, but we also heard from some Iranian media that talks had stopped, and apparently they didn't. So I'm not aware that that he bailed. I don't know, what was said between them, and if Iran wanted to stay and keep talking or not. It's a fair question. We just don't know about that. I don't know how it all went down. That and again, whether Iran wanted to keep talking, don't know. Give me about 15. I need about 15 seconds. Give me about 15 seconds. Hold on. Ann Spencer says, respect to them for trying. Possible Iranian briefing. Oh, there's supposed to be a possible briefing. We could be seeing tonight a briefing, but maybe in Farsi. It might not be in English, from the Iranian team, from Iranian negotiators. I don't know if that'll be in English. It'll be interesting to see if they say anything in English. Thanks, by the way, to Christopher Christopher NYS. Hold on, I missed some things here. I got to thank a couple people. Anyways, there's no time for that yet. I just see that it's possible that it'll happen. By the way, thanks so much to @C85. Thank you, @C85. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your note as well. Ark Budokan, thank you for the members. For being a member. Jesus UCSB, thank you, Jesus. Also, I want to shout out our moderators. I really appreciate them being here. We have Leslie Ladyhawk moderating. Our new moderator, Haley Girl. Thank you so much, Haley Girl, for moderating. Really appreciate it. Debbie BJG, thank you. Thanks, Debbie Roberts May Queen. Thank you so much. And also, thank you to Bastion Girl, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch for moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you so much. And Kay Lowry Body and Paul Anderson and Charlotte Webb over there on Facebook. Thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates, Diane Allworth, Tolino Metro for subscribing over there. Juliana Martin, big thank you. Also, thanks to Home Vic on Twitch and Simp Nasty Scrimped on Twitch for your support. You know what? I need about 15 more seconds. Hold on. But yeah, I mean, seems like a potentially huge deal. What has happened tonight? Our viewer H writes in, and H says, JD is a former Marine. He is very anti-boots on the ground. Trump and Hegseth were likely about to start a ground op, and JD was probably like, let me give diplomacy a chance. And then JD saw for himself how stuck they were, and that was it. That's what our viewer H thinks happened. He said, he or she, H says, JD was likely the least on board, now has first-hand evidence. No matter how hard they try, Iran won't budge. In case you are not aware, President Trump is at UFC in Miami. So we may have to wait a while for him to post something. He may not post tonight at all. Maybe he will. Thank you, Hugs and Stuff, for being a member. One of the viewers said, so it's over. They're not going to talk again tomorrow. We don't know, but they're not. They left. They can talk on the phone if they want, but they left. All right, so when I go to eat in a minute, what should I leave on the screen? I don't know that we're going to see much else on this shot. I could leave this up. I could put up, we have kind of limited shots right now. I have an Islamabad highway shot. I have a Beirut and a Tel Aviv shot. How about if I put Beirut and Tel Aviv up? Beirut and Tel Aviv, maybe? Why don't I do that? What do I need to do? Hold on. I got to replace this one. I think I'll be better after I eat. I really need to eat something. There's Beirut. I think they have to adjust the camera because it's morning there. Looks like the camera needs an adjustment. And then let me pull up the Tel Aviv one. Where did I put that? And we'll put up so Iran time, I'll put up I gotta shrink this again. It's too big. That clock is too big. Look at how big the clock is. Still a little too big. Good for right now. Oopsie. Okay, there's that. And then I just need to get the Tel Aviv cam. We got some lovely birds. Oh, there's a fire. Was there an air? Hey, what's going on? Look at Beirut. Did something happen in Beirut? Was there an airstrike? There's a big smoke in Beirut. Look at Beirut right now. Wow. There is a fire in Beirut. Better get the focus. I am not seeing reports of an airstrike. I can tell you that. I don't see reports of an airstrike. So I'm going to leave this on the screen for now. Maybe something just caught on fire. Let me leave this full screen for now. And I have to eat something, but I'm going to leave this up there so you can see it. I don't want the other camera to get in the way, so we'll see what happens here. Just panned over there, big fire. I don't want this to be in the way of the smoke. So maybe I'll put it up here. Try that. Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. Put it there, maybe? Or I could do it this way. How's that? The problem is if the camera moves, that's going to be the problem. Well, if it moves, I can come back and change it. So it's just hard because I don't know where the camera's going to go. It's just hard. I really need to eat something. I'm going to go eat now. And I will be back shortly. See, the camera's moving now. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes after I eat. Appreciate you guys watching. More, and I'll be keeping an eye on what's happening. If there's huge news, I can come on the air. I can just run in from my food. Okay, hey, thanks to Bernard Gonzalez, who says diplomacy has been exhausted. It's time to get some. That's what Bernard says. Thank you. All right, so I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, thank you for your patience. Also, thanks to Peggy McGuire, our member, JB from Texas, our new member, Israel Bishop, who says, old men start wars, young men fight them, Albert Einstein. And, oh, you know what? I can hear two of myself. I need about 10 seconds to fix that. Give me 10 seconds. Okay, thanks again, JB from Texas, for the membership. Okay, so we are bringing you live coverage. I feel like, oh, what's happening? Is there the Pakistani foreign minister is saying something? Is it in English? Hold on a second. Pakistan, I'm seeing that the Pakistani foreign minister is saying something. Give me 1 second here. I don't think this is going to be in English. So I'll check it. I'm checking, but I have a feeling it's not going to be. But I'm checking right now. Hold on. I can check. All right. This is the Pakistani foreign minister, but let's see. Let's see. What's he saying? Okay, that is not in English.
मोहम्मद इसाक डार ईरान अमेरिका मुज़ाकरात के हवाले से मीडिया को ब्रीफ कर रहे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि पाकिस्तान की भरपूर काविशों से अमेरिका ईरान के दरमियान पाकिस्तान में मुज़ाकरात हुए। दोनों ममालिक के वफूद गुज़श्ता रोज़ पाकिस्तान पहुंचे। पाकिस्तान उम्मीद करता है कि दोनों फरीक बातचीत के अमल को जारी रखेंगे और इस जंगबंदी के अमल को यकीनी बनाएंगे और इस पर अमल पैरा रहेंगे। दोनों फरीक के दरमियान मुज़ाकरात के मुतादिद अदवार हुए। दोनों ममालिक ने वज़ीर आज़म पाकिस्तान के जो मुस्बत रद्द-ए-अमल दिया सीज़ फायर के हवाले से। पाकिस्तान अपना तामीरी किरदार अदा करता रहेगा और उम्मीद है कि फरीकैन जो है वो मुज़ाकरात को जारी।
All right. Well, I'm not going to worry about that for now because I can't tell what it's saying. But I'll see if there's any reports about what he said. There might be an Iranian news conference at some point, possibly some in English. Let's talk here though. So I'm going to get the Tel Aviv shot back up. If you give me a second. There we go. So, I think what happened tonight is potentially enormous. I feel like it's maybe being undercovered. Seems like a really big deal to me. Miss Link says, I agree. I mean, the U.S. went to have talks with Iran, and in less than 24 hours, they left. They left. I can play again what J.D. Vance said. It's only about 3.5 minutes long. Thanks, by the way, to Kim K. Carter, and thanks a lot as well. Let's look at what J.D. Vance had to say. And thanks, Bubba Twitcher, for subscribing. And thank you, Jack Apan. Jack Apan, thank you. Oh, I did also see, hold on, I wanted to mention something else. Oh. Is there an update from Hey, I'm seeing this. Hold on. I'm seeing an update from Iranian media from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Let me show you this. Here is a statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson about the negotiations ending with no deal from Iranian state media. And it says, Foreign Ministry spokesperson, we reached an understanding on a number of issues, but ultimately the talks did not lead to an agreement. Ismail Baghaei. However, there were differences of opinion on 2 to 3 important issues, and ultimately the talks did not lead to an agreement. These negotiations took place after 40 days of the imposed war and were held in an atmosphere of mistrust and suspicion. It is natural that we should not have expected from the beginning to reach an agreement within one meeting. No one expected that either. I mean, this seems to be pretty like reaching out to them to talk again. Some new issues, such as the Strait of Hormuz, were added to these negotiations, and each of these has its own complexity. In any situation, we in the diplomatic apparatus must pursue the rights and interests of the Iranian people. So he's saying, we didn't expect that the first meeting would produce a deal. Conciliatory, yes, as our viewer Waka Jauka says. Corker says buying more time. I don't know how Trump is going to take this. But this isn't like very confrontational. One of the viewers talked about whether Trump had 20 days before he needs congressional approval. The War Powers Resolution says a president needs 60 after 60 days. In theory, you have to bring troops home if you've not gotten congressional approval to use them. But there's actually 30 days built in. Something like if you're the president and you sign a letter saying that for the safety of for everybody's safety when withdrawing the troops, you need an extra 30 days. You can get an extra 30 days. So well, it's certainly something to keep an eye on as things progress. I think it's over because it's over 6 weeks now. It's today is week 7. Tonight is week 7, right? The start. So that would be 43 days or something. I don't know how much that's something that Trump is thinking about. Our viewer said different tone than Vance had, Sydney said. Let me just post this. Hold on. Let me just. Statement from Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman via state media. Okay, so we saw that one. Again, he said, we reached understanding on a number of issues, but ultimately the talks did not lead to an argument. Is that an agreement? An agreement. Is that true that they reached agreement on a number of issues? I don't know. But he seemed to be trying to be friendly about it. And he also said, the foreign ministry spokesperson said that they didn't expect to reach an agreement within one meeting. Oh, I think the Pakistani foreign minister, I'm seeing a report that he said, we hope the American and Iranian sides will adhere to the ceasefire. Jennifer said this is their last chance. They've had many chances. Sam Three Cats thinks another 2-week deadline is probably coming. I mean, it's possible at this point because we're into week 7 and it's like day 43. It's possible that Trump might consider issues he might face with the War Powers Resolution, having to get congressional approval. Like, if he's thinking of just dragging it out week after week after week. Also, I mean, let me point this out. The economy is not, things will just get worse oil-wise. I mean, many experts have said this. Things are going to keep getting worse oil-wise around the world as each day moves forward and the Strait of Hormuz is not open. Douthis said, too bad we haven't seen the 10-point plan Iran gave Trump. Iran said what they claimed it was, but the U.S. denied that's what it was. Raiderette Simpson thinks, I'm sure they'll work something out. It's all about maintaining the ceasefire and not crossing red lines. Crappy says 24 hours until Trump threatens Iran with a 2-week deadline. By the way, thank you so much to Dustin Koziuk. Dustin Koziuk, that's very nice of you, and thanks for the note. Dustin Koziuk for your support. Gaynor says there's going to be a high rise in food. I want to take a quick look at what J.D. Vance had to say. For those who didn't see it, here's what J.D. Vance had to say. All right, this is not live. This is earlier tonight. Oopsie. Earlier tonight.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings of the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we've negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up? And did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There are reports that there were multiple rounds, where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, where does this leave the Strait of Hormuz?
Are we going back to war, sir?
He was asked, are we going back to war, sir? And he did not answer. That's certainly a big question. Uh-oh, we lost our Tel Aviv feed. Tel Aviv feed gone for the moment. Hold on. We need to put that there. Okay. Are we going back to war? This feels like a potentially very big event. We have not heard from President Trump yet a response, possibly because he has been at UFC. Athena's Parthenon says the market might drop on Monday. It's interesting that this falling apart of the negotiation is happening when the market is closed. The oil market opens up tomorrow. Thank you to Schaff for the memberships, by the way. Thank you, Schaff. Thanks, Ryan DT. Ryan says, I guess Trump and Vance didn't have the cards. Thank you, Uncommonly Common Sense, who says Netanyahu is a Yahoo? They just don't know says waiting for the 2 a.m. Trump tweet should be interesting. Alperer says the UFC fight just ended. Is that true? Is that true that the UFC fight just ended? Some people are saying yes. So he'll be heading back soon. By the way, you can track J.D. Vance's plane. Well, there's two planes. One. Actually, where's the other one? There's one. Oh, there's the other one? Hold on. Yeah, there's two. SAM 091 and SAM 095. Those are the U.S. delegation planes flying the long flight back to the U.S. But I wanted to remind people, that's flightradar24.com. I wanted to remind people what President Trump said when he first announced this ceasefire. This is what President Trump said when he declared the ceasefire. By the way, we're already 5 days after this. Well, 4.5 days or whatever. But he said, based on conversations with the Prime Minister and Field Marshal of Pakistan, and wherein they requested I hold off on the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to Iran agreeing to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So that in no way has happened. Just hasn't happened. And he said, I will suspend the bombing and attack for 2 weeks. And the whole point is to negotiate. John says, are we back to civilization ending? End of days thinks the U.S. will be in this war until Trump leaves office? Arkvin says Trump said many things. By the way, thank you to, thanks again, Shaft, for the memberships. Thanks to JB from Texas for the membership. Thank you. And also Motivational Living, who says Iran doesn't want to give up their nuclear program. That's the sole most important part of the agreement. That's why it ultimately failed. I don't know that they're rushing to give up, to unblock the Strait of Hormuz either. Jim Lee thinks there's no more talks. Who says, I guess no more talks. Just one? Well, more asking, but we do not know. Um, we could ask you guys. I am asking you guys, will the war restart in the next 2 weeks? That is my question. Oh, is there a rocket alert or something? Hold on. What am I seeing here? A drone alert. It's a drone alert in northern Israel. Remember, there was no, Israel did not said that they don't think there's a Lebanon's part of the ceasefire. So this keeps going on. I haven't been hearing much reports from Lebanon and Israel tonight, but there's a drone alert in northern Israel. Jimmy thinks this is worse than COVID. Hold on here. So I was just going to post the poll. Will the war restart in the next 2 weeks? We're seeing what you guys think about this. And I will have the poll results up for you in a second. All right, Evie, we're going to have to start giving you warnings because it's too much. It's too much, Evie. I appreciate your support, but you need to be respectful in the chat or it's not going to work out. Poll. I believe I'm looking, I don't have the rights to show it to you, but there's a camera showing President Trump's motorcade. President Trump, I believe, is heading home right now from the UFC. So maybe he'll post about this soon, guys. Excuse me. All right, I'm going to show you the poll. But again, I am looking at a video showing President Trump heading to Doral after leaving UFC, where I assume he's staying. Is there Trump Doral in Miami? I can pull this up. I have his schedule. I have his schedule. If I can find it. Weekend guidance. President Trump tonight is staying at it said Doral, I'm not sure. Trump Hotels, luxury hotel in Miami, Florida, Doral Hotel and Resort. I think he might be staying there tonight. But I'm looking at a live video of what I believe is the motorcade taking him in there after UFC. So I mean, maybe he'll say something when he gets back. By the way, thanks to John Smith. I really appreciate it. John Smith, thank you. Thanks for your note as well, John. Also, Happening Hapner, who says, being it seems talks are gapped, I think back war. Happening again. Oh, I got to show the poll result. I'm sorry. Thank you, Andy, who says Trump can extend 30 days without Congress. Yeah, I mean, again, we mentioned that earlier. Basically, the War Powers Act, he can extend 30 days after the 60 days. And the 30 days is for the 30 days is you got to say, well, I got to look up the language of it. But the extra 30 days is like if for a safe withdrawal, I guess. Safe withdrawal of troops. So, and that just requires him certifying and writing that you need the 30 days for a safe withdrawal, which, I'm assuming he could do if he wanted to. TRG says there's always a workaround. Yeah, so thank you to Andy 00520. Hold on, we got to get the poll result. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. I didn't even check the poll result yet. Sorry. I said, will the war restart in the next 2 weeks? And 89% of people on YouTube have said yes so far. On Facebook, it is 92% on Facebook. And on Twitch, it is, oh, well, there's this first. First, there's this. I guess a lot of people didn't even have to think this hard on this one. Thanks, Brian Jones. Brian thinks it's going to get very bad. Thank you, Brian. Look at what Twitch is saying. Look at what Twitch is saying. %94 yes on Twitch. Mick Bumble said, I think it'll resume within 3 days. By the way, White House press pool reports that a U.S. official, a senior U.S. official denies, what is this? Oh, that was from earlier today. Sorry. Forget what I just said. It's irrelevant. It was from earlier. Oh, Trump, yeah, again, I just saw the White House press pool confirm that President Trump is heading to the Trump Doral Resort right now after the UFC fight. So he should be there pretty shortly. Thank you for voting in the poll. Most of you think that within 2 weeks, the war will restart. Wow. On Facebook, it was 91%. Trump Trump just posted something. Oh, it is not an original post. I thought this is one of these, like, it says, the Trump card the president holds if Iran won't bend a naval blockade. And it's just this feels like it could have been a scheduled post. I don't know that he posted this, or it was just like scheduled to be a post. His True Social account reposts stuff all the time. So, I mean, that doesn't really sound like him, honestly. That feels like more like one of the ones that was just going to be posted. Now, you might say, well, look at the timing of it. I don't know. That doesn't feel to me like one of those in his voice. You know. It just frequently, you know, they will repost stuff on that account. So I'm not going to read too much into that post. I have a feeling if that's something he's really thinking of doing, that he will actually post about it in his own voice. The article was written by John Solomon, and it was posted about an hour ago. I guess the idea of the article is that Trump could impose a naval blockade on Iran. By preventing them from shipping oil out of Iran. The thing is, though, again, something like that is, if President Trump did something like that and said, you can't ship oil, you know, we're going to stop any tanker coming out shipping Iranian oil. Then the question is like, well, what kind of escalation do you get from Iran, right? Do you get the Houthis attacking shipping in the Red Sea, which would be a huge deal? So, you know, the risk with something like that is this, like other strategies they might try, is we have to ask, what might Iran do in return? Somebody just said he shared the article. I don't necessarily agree that he shared the article. Does this sound like President Trump's voice? Does he normally literally cut and paste the line of an article? So, you know, I don't know what to make of this. I'm not going to overly read into it because it does not even really in his voice. And again, this account posts stuff all the time, repost stuff. So all I'm saying is I'm not going to overly read into it. There's lots of stuff on his account all the time. So, as I said, I do think if he were to consider some kind of blockade, you might hear something more from him about it. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying I'm not going to overly read into it because of that. Normally, if he's strongly thinking of something, he doesn't just do a repost where he literally cuts and pastes the headline and then doesn't say anything himself. Jonathan After Dark says this is all just a way to make Vance look presidential. So if Trump steps down, epic fail. I'm not even sure what that means, Jonathan After Dark. You mean they had him go to Iran just to look presidential? Maybe that's what you mean. Iguana Brad thinks he's going to talk about ending civilization again in Iran. The article that he shared, that the account shared, the blockade that it proposes is, I mean, I'll post, you can look at the chat. I'm not exactly sure what it says. It almost seems like it's saying that the US should put ships in the Strait of Hormuz and Persian Gulf, and like almost sounds like it's saying it's like it's going to threaten to destroy the ships if they don't do what the US, go where the US wants them to go. I mean, part of it says you'll have to ask the Navy if you want to move past Karg Island or past that narrow part by Oman. So I'm not really sure what that's proposing, but anyways, again, with any kind of escalation the US might do, I'm guessing there would be concern of like, well, what might Iran do in response? I also don't, I mean, if that proposal involves lots of US ships being just off the coast of Iran, I don't know that the US would want to do that. Because then you're putting ships in a place where Iran could maybe, from not that far away, launch drones or, missiles or whatever. But again, I don't want to spend too much time on that blockade thing because I think it's entirely the Trump social media account reposts stuff all the time. So if he starts talking about it himself in his own voice, I think it'll be worth putting more time into looking into. Are they releasing full scripts of the negotiations? No, I don't expect to see any scripts. I think they keep that private. Chessfish says, I think the idea was the Venezuela strategy where the ships are boarded. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying with that. I mean, but again, so is the idea of, if that's the case, that you're just putting a big fleet of US ships in the middle of the Persian Gulf and you're going to board foreign ships? And then what if they don't go where they want them to go? What are you going to do then? Are you going to take the ship over and then drive it somewhere? But the bottom line is, if the point is to stop Iran from selling oil, that's going to be something that Iran's going to see as a threat. So, like any other proposed measure of escalation that the U.S. might take against Iran, the U.S. would need to ask itself, how might Iran escalate in return? I mean, if the U.S. really wants to stop Iran from exporting its oil, I mean, one thing they could do is just blow up the infrastructure on Karg Island. That'll have a big effect on it. Then you don't have to do week after week of whatever this blockade idea is. But the problem is still the same problem. It's what does Iran do to escalate in response to that? I will just remind you again, the Houthis are allies of Iran. The Houthis have attacked shipping in the Red Sea before. The Houthis have not attacked shipping in the Red Sea during this conflict. But the Houthis have threatened to get more militarily involved in this conflict. This is the Persian Gulf. This is the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has basically closed it. Roughly 20% of the world's oil usually moves through here. This is the Red Sea. Saudi Arabia is using the Red Sea to ship out, I think, about 5 million barrels of oil a day because they can't get it out this way. They have a pipeline that sends it here. Iran just attacked that pipeline, by the way, a couple days ago, and Saudi Arabia says they lost about 700,000 barrels per day of pumping capacity in the pipeline. But regardless, if instead of just having this cut off, you have the Houthis basically cutting off shipping in the Red Sea by attacking shipping there, then then the world has a lot bigger economic problem. And that's something the Houthis have already done. The Houthis are in Yemen right here, right next to the Bab al-Mandab Strait. So this is not, I mean, there's articles that's been written about this. Why haven't the Houthis done this yet? They could do this. So that's a big escalation right there. That would have an enormous impact on the economy of the world. So, I mean, there are certainly things that Iran can do to escalate. Limpy Small says, hope you all have your own gardens to supply food. We're going to see if President Trump posts anything now that he's back home. Trump is back home, guys. Will Trump post anything in the coming minutes about the deal falling through? Seems like he would, right? 4 days ago, Fox News had an article. The headline of the Fox News article 4 days ago: second choke point crisis looms as Houthis threaten key Red Sea shipping lane. Fox News says analysts warn if Houthi forces begin targeting vessels again, it could open a second maritime front in a conflict that has already choked off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, adding pressure to the global energy markets and supply chains. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, where the Houthis are, next to Yemen, is one of the world's most critical shipping choke points, handling roughly 12% of global seaborne oil trade and serving as a key gateway for cargo. And yes, as Evelyn and Maine said, they have attacked shipping in the Red Sea before. Motivational Living thinks President Trump is going to post at 3 a.m. in the morning, noon, evening, all day tomorrow. Iran will be given ultimatum. "50 Shades of Mahomes" says, is there a way to divert the Strait for fertilizer pipeline? It sounds like you're saying, is there a way to divert stuff that's going through the Strait of Hormuz because it can't go through the Strait of Hormuz anymore? So my understanding is that in the future, countries in the region might consider building ways to divert their resources, but nothing like that could be built quickly. I've heard a number of experts say you're talking to build new pipelines or something like that, or canals, you're talking years. I'm not aware of any kind of easy, quick way to divert lots of resources that were getting shipped through the Strait of Hormuz and have them ship out through some other channel, if that's what you're asking. Sandra Line says, it takes a lot of time in planning to use other methods for transporting. Again, I have heard discussion about a longer-term Middle Eastern strategy that might happen of trying to build infrastructure that would make the Middle East less reliant on the Strait of Hormuz. But these are not simple things to do. RLF Captures thinks the U.S. has two options: either escalate or concede things to Iran that we never would have to before attacking them. That's what RLF Captures said. Here's something that the Institute for the Study of War posted today, I believe, or tonight. They said Iran in the United States. Oh, no, that's something different. Oh, yeah. There's a little summary that they posted at the Study of War. Iran and the United States have fundamentally different interpretations of the ongoing negotiations, which will generate friction. Iran seeks an all-encompassing agreement that will end the threat of war with the United States, while the United States seeks a much narrower agreement centered on the current war. Anyways, I think this was posted before the talks ended, I think. But anyways, they say Iran is using the existence of an unknown number of naval mines it laid in the Strait of Hormuz to force ships to use Iranian territorial waters to traverse the strait, which enables Iran to shake down these ships for fees while the ships are in Iranian territorial waters. This protection racket is illegal under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Iran likely designed its threatening behavior and its shakedowns to disrupt the global economy, which Iran calculates will enable it to extract concessions from the U.S. Iran warned merchant ships that mines could exist in a hazardous area that covers almost 1,400 square kilometers of the strait, including the normal traffic separation scheme shipping lanes that the ships use to transit the strait. The current ceasefire, they think, will provide Iran an opportunity to reorganize its missile force and recover from the temporary disruption wrought to the missile force during constant U.S. and Israeli operations. Consistent U.S. and Israeli operations over Iran had suppressed Iran's missile force by preventing them from digging out launchers, disrupting command and control, and creating pervasive fear in military units that made them unwilling or unable to conduct attacks. The Iran Supreme Leader continues to recover from severe facial and leg injuries, they report, that he sustained on February 28th. 3 unspecified individuals close to Mojtaba's inner circle said on April 11th to Reuters that the strike disfigured his face and injured one or both of his legs. I hadn't heard that. China may be helping Iran to reconstitute some of its degraded air defense capabilities. During the current ceasefire, China is reportedly preparing to deliver man-portable air defense systems, man-pads, to Iran within the coming weeks, according to 3 sources familiar with recent U.S. intelligence assessments. This is an interesting graphic here. It shows you Iran a few days ago released a new map, and they said, "This is, hey ships, this is where you need to go when you're coming and going from the Strait of Hormuz." And you see that's Oman on the bottom there. But what they did is that's the shipping lanes that are usually taken by ships. But they said you can't go there. You might hit a mine. So now they've said these are the shipping lanes you need to take. But see how the red is Iran territorial waters. So by moving those shipping lanes north, you get them going into Iran territorial waters, which ISW says allows them to shake down boats. I don't know why it's the territorial waters are so important there. I don't know, maybe because in territorial waters you can say you're breaking our law and detain the boat or something where you can't otherwise. Anyways, if you want to see this, you can go to @thestudyofwar on X. They also post, I think they probably posted this report on their website, which is understandingwar.org. Mozzie Zoc says it's so they can collect a fee. But I mean, I mean, in theory, they could just, even if you're not in their waters, say, give us a fee or we'll sink you or something. But is it easier to collect the fee if you're in the territorial waters? They can just say, this is our regulations. Oh, sorry. I accidentally put on a feed from, I think it's Hungary. I'm sorry about that. I wanted to put on the Beirut feed. This is just, I literally hit the wrong button. I got to go to, there you go. I think that might have been Hungary. I got to check. Hungary has an important election today. We'll probably cover that later in the day. I think the polls close at 1 Eastern time. For what I worst, I asked Gemini, and they said in territorial waters, a country has much broader authority to enforce domestic laws. Scottish Bell says cheaper to ask for a toll than use artillery. Is President Trump going to post tonight on Truth Social about the talks collapsing? Maybe he's tired and he'll post in the morning. DJEXQ says maybe Trump just doesn't care? Doesn't care about the negotiations falling through? I have to figure out, because I'm going to have to get up and cover some more stuff tomorrow, including the election in Hungary. I have to figure out how long I'm going to keep the stream going tonight, basically waiting for Trump to post. It could be really important when he posts about this. Priya says he is not posting means an attack is imminent. Like, you think an attack is imminent now? Nick Jarvis says he's saying something by not saying anything. Could the U.S. and Israel just start launching strikes on Iran again? R.A. said VP Vance has spoken. It's over. New World Tech says 50-50 chance an attack is imminent. Trillion Waters says, I see the U.S. honoring the 2-week ceasefire, then who knows? Kieran says he's waiting for J.D. Vance to get out of strike range, flying back from Pakistan. Smokey DeBear thinks it's about to get bad fast. Gary Baines says nothing is going to happen. Ceasefire is like 10 more days. If you want, you can track the two planes, two of the planes in the U.S. delegation. One is Sam 091. The other is Sam 095. They are flying back from Pakistan. They got a ways to go. Actually, this isn't even being actively tracked right now because it looks like it's out of tracking. But I'm sure they'll get it back. Loves Cat says, what happens next? Very nerve-wracking. There is the current Strait of Hormuz situation. By the way, I really appreciate our moderators. Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Ruth. She's over there on, that's marinetraffic.com, by the way, which you're looking at right now, marinetraffic.com. Ruth is over on YouTube. Bastion Girl, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. Linda Balk, Larry, Misha on X. Oops, I never closed the results on Facebook on the last poll. I'm going to give it a few more minutes here. I mean, again, because I'm going to have to be on later today. You know. Charlotte Webb, thanks for modding over there on Facebook. And who else we got? Oh, there we go. Paul Anderson. Thanks, Fawn Turton, for the stars. Yeah, I mean, I think Trump is going to post at some point, and I just don't know when it's going to be. If you told me it's going to be in 5 minutes, I'd believe you. If you told me it's going to be in the morning or afternoon, I'd believe you. Yeah, I mean, right now on Trump's account, it's just doing that thing where, again, frequently on his account, they'll just repost stuff. And it very well might not be him reposting the things. And they're just reposting some stuff now, but it doesn't seem to me particularly relevant to what happened tonight. The last couple of them, so. Jonathan mentioned the markets. I don't know what's going to happen in the markets. We'll have to see when futures open. Futures open on Sunday. The oil market opens Sunday at 6 p.m., but futures for stocks is it 6 p.m. as well? I don't know. Oh, 5 p.m. Central. No, it's a 6 Eastern. I was just checking for a couple things here. By the way, thanks so much to Sinead Fatima, if I'm pronouncing that right. Sinead Fatima. Also, Brian Jones, turned off. Oh, I never thanked Mendy R. Thanks, Mendy R. Mendy thinks the oil will go back up and the market will go down. And Mark Etienne LaRouche, thank you, from Canada, who says, U.S. plays their cards already. They hit all they could hit. Forget the nukes. It won't happen. Iran having big leverage, Hormuz choke point, and can escalate with Red Sea and a few desalination points. I mean, something that Israel didn't hit, that the U.S. hasn't hit, is Iranian oil facilities, for the most part, to try to stop their oil industry. But there's one worry, a couple worries. If you do stuff, you escalate and you're the U.S., how is Iran going to escalate in return? Also, there's this question of if you really destroy, another worry is if you destroy their economy, and you're hoping for another regime, a better leadership after to take over the country, then you don't want to, doom the economy for them. Also, obviously, making the economy a lot worse is going to have a lot of very negative effects for a lot of regular people. Thanks to Panty Melt and JB from Texas, and Spooky WRX, and Jamie Hardesty, and Brian Jones, who thinks it's going to get very bad, and also Steve Sutton. Steve says Iran's going to get a nuclear bomb from North Korea? That's what Steve said. Quiver Factor wrote to me and said Saudi and UAE direct involvement puts Houthis at risk. Massive infrastructure obliteration in populated areas of Iran will impact Revolutionary Guard control over an internal energy catastrophe, possible refugee crisis long term. Well, I mean, one thing you point out is if Iran or any other country suffers, horrible damage to infrastructure, you could have a refugee crisis. That is true. It is 1:02 a.m. here. I think we may be getting close. Because again, I'm planning on coming on later today and doing more coverage. But I think it might be. I'm sorry if Trump posts in 10 minutes. If he posts something really, really huge, I could come back on the air. But I think what I probably should do is get some rest, because I'm going to have to come back on later today. I think that's probably the correct thing to do. I don't think I'm that helpful for you right now. But, well, we certainly covered tonight. We covered the negotiations. Then we covered the surprise news that J.D. Vance was going to speak. And then we covered, I would call it, the surprise announcement that was it. Negotiations over. No agreement. U.S. delegation going home. Wow. So what is going to happen next? We will have to see. But again, I'd like to be back on to cover this and the Hungary election. And again, the Hungary election, I think the polls are closed around 1. So I've got to try to get on. So I got to get some rest if I'm going to get on for that. Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out real quick, this for those who remember this. So Trump, like an hour ago, shared an article. Well, I don't even know if he shared it, but it's on his his True Socials. But an article was shared about, and the argument of the argument of the article is that Trump could choose to do a naval blockade of Iran, so that they couldn't ship their oil out. And the article compares it to the blockade that was done on Venezuela, where they weren't letting them ship their oil out. And I guess one thing I should say I just want to say really quick is the Iran has ways to escalate. I'm not aware that Venezuela really had any kind of ways to escalate things that were going to be impactful the way Iran does. Or could. Anyways, that being said, hey, so I will keep an eye on things when I'm off the air. If there's something huge, I can always come back on. But I am planning on doing coverage later today. I'm hopefully going to get on so we can cover this and the Hungary election at the same time. So I really appreciate everybody being here for the live stream and for discussing what was going on earlier when we were covering the negotiations, and then the J.D. Vance remarks and the end of the negotiations. So we will have more coverage. But again, I really appreciate you joining, and a lot of you have been writing in and sharing updates and sharing your thoughts and letting me read your comments and questions. So I appreciate that. Subscribe, follow the channel if you want. Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda, and we will have more coverage of this. And hopefully, I'll be on not that long from now, later today. But I would suggest turn on the notifications for the channel, because you never know when there's going to be big news and I'm going to jump on the air. So we have a free notification system that works awesome. You sign up once, then you get notified every time we go live, before we go live. So sign up for the free Discord notifications if you haven't. The mods will post a link to that in the chat. Also, you can find the notification sign up link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, but I would sign up for that. And also, I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news. If I see stuff while I'm off the air, there's what it looks like, @Lookner. Denise Horton says, wow, I just got off work and no deal. Not just no deal, the talks are over. And J.D. Vance and the others went back home. Yeah, Trump might post 1 minute after I'm off, but again, if it's something big enough, I can always come back on the air. But at a certain point, you just got to make the call. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators. You guys are awesome. We have had a lot of people chatting tonight, and our moderators are the ones who make that happen by keeping things civil and respectful in the chat. Thank you so much. Ruth is there right now, and Roberts May Queen and Chris Camacho are one of our new moderators. Chris, thank you. And all of our other moderators on YouTube, thanks so much. I really need to get a little rest. I'll be better when I get a little more sleep. I didn't get as much sleep the last couple of nights as I would have liked to. Thanks to, on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body over there moderating. Really appreciate it. Andrea Holder, thank you. On, did I say Twitch or Facebook? That was Facebook. On Twitch, Bastion Girl, Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, thanks so much for modding over there, and our other mods there, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Huge thank you to our moderators. Also, Also, huge thanks to everybody for supporting the channel. So nice of you guys. That is what allows this channel to exist, is your support. But I really appreciate all the people who helped out the channel tonight. And I owe some more thank yous here. I was trying to thank everybody, but I missed some. I think I might have dropped the ball on thanking Twitch for a while. That's not good. Blank Salad, thank you for subscribing. Mikey JDM, thanks for the bits. Loanato, thank you. Stunned in the North, I didn't thank. Thanks for subscribing. And Loim Previsto, thanks for subscribing. And Bubba Twitcher. I think I might have thanked Bubba Twitcher, but thank you. Also, from Turkey, Artisaur from Turkey. Thanks, Artiswar. Thank you, Artiswar in Turkey. Thanks for watching from Turkey, too. Thanks also to Sinead Fatima and Vigilante. Thank you. And Maberline on Twitch. That's really nice of you. So thank you guys for supporting the channel. That's really, really kind of you, and I very much appreciate it. Hey, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you are on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there every time before we go live. Give you a heads up. I post updates about the channel there. At Agenda Free TV, we do have a Discord chat where you can talk to other viewers for free in our Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers really like doing that. Check it out. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat if you want. And thanks so much to our Discord mods who help us out in Discord. Very much appreciated. I do want to mention, if you do watch on YouTube, I would recommend turn on the YouTube notifications. Excuse me. Give you a heads up when we're going live there too. YouTube notifications. What you need to do is subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you already subscribed, make sure you just click the bell and choose all notifications so you get all the notifications. Okay, I want to thank too. But in a perfect world, in an ideal world, I will get on before 1 Eastern time, because that's when the polls close, I think, in Hungary. Although who knows how long it'll take for them to count votes. But that's my goal. So I hope I can do that. So be on the lookout. Important election in Hungary. Oh, wait a second. I don't see an Iran. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I don't see a video with the Iran foreign minister, or do I? Let's see. Where is this? I do not have a video of anybody speaking from Iran right now. Not to say it's not happening, but I don't have a video of it. Yeah, Reuters said that a Iran briefing was possible, but they don't have one posted yet. Anyways. Hey, also shout out to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. Oh, hold on. What is this? Yeah, again, people, I don't cover some people. I appreciate people letting me know when Trump posts, but if it's just some sort of repost of something, that's not going to really be big for us news-wise. What the important ones are for our purposes of following the story is him in his own voice saying something. that that usually tells you more about the policy stuff. So I'm not really so concerned about when the posts are memes or whatever, or reposting a story or something. The other ones are what I'm really looking for. But I appreciate you letting me know. Hey, thanks on Facebook to all of our subscribers over there who support the channel, like Fawn Turton and Robert Real II, Kristen McConnell Gates, Juliana Martin, all of our other Facebook, Kay Larry, Body Margaret Riley, all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much. And our Twitch subscribers, like Midtown Mike, Daddy Dino, Gina Pina, Matthew Kohai 3, Dan Diakos, Giant Blank, Hugh J, Stunned in the North, Seed Music, thank you. Mr. Mac, Boba J Fett, Strong One, Jax Animals. Did I say Miss Math? I might have, but thank you. Guy from KC, thank you. I did not think there was going to be as big news as we got tonight. I didn't think that we were going to get. I just figured there would be multiple days of talks. So we ended up seeing big news live tonight. Hey, also huge thanks to our YouTube members. DJ McRib, Corp Juke, Enigmatic MF, John Turpin, Evelyn in Maine, Mason D, Berry, Knights Palace, Deadwing, thank you for being members. B. Earhart, Gold Roger, thank you, Gold Roger, for your support. Evelyn in Maine, CAC, Hackberts, Tony X1Z, Haruna Q, Kaz Michelle, and Raiderette Simpson. Thank you. Thanks, Anna Z, for watching. Jan and Jamie, thanks for watching, who said should be an interesting next 2 weeks. Remember, we're already, I think, in day 5 of the ceasefire. By the way, this is technically the 7th week of the war already. Wow. All right, it's time. Thank you, Karen Horvat, for watching. Dennis Britt, thank you for watching. Sharon Faulkner, Janet and Irene. Zeal Stuck, thank you for watching. Oh, thanks, Gripplechew. Thanks, Gripplechew, for your support. Appreciate that. Denzal, Set to Chill, thanks. Spectre EH, Cool for Real. Luke Loke Smokes. Lulu 8X, thank you. All right, well, if Trump posts 1 minute after I get off the air, what can I do? But I got to get some rest. I got to get some rest. Okay. We are wrapping it up, I think, right now. I was just making sure I wasn't missing any extra headlines. All right, guys, that is it for now. Where is this all going? I don't know, but the talks have collapsed with no deal, and J.D. Vance and the rest of the American delegation is on their way home. So let's see what happens. All right, guys, that is it for now. Thank you again for joining us for our live Iran war and Iran-U.S. negotiations coverage, and we'll see you soon. Well, I'll be back later today. Hope you can join me. See you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.